Oh, greetings. Again, second. What's up? What's up? Hey, hey. The pyramid texts. Oh, most definitely. Those are some important works there. Somebody mentioned Edgar Allan Poe to me. Hmm. Oh, good morning. Good morning indeed. Oh, all right. There you go, Fox. Can take care of that stuff if you want to now. It's very amazing to send goodwill to another individual and to hear that they got better, to hear that their pain actually went away. I think that's an amazing thing that we can do for each other, and things I've witnessed myself interacting with people and their responses to me. And it's not just me, it's all the healers in this world. People who pray, who send out a positive frequency, who focus on one individual. And it's whoever is in need in our community. And so really that's at my heart this morning. just yearning, but sending out the frequency and the energy of healing, knowing that the world is getting better and that the healers, the light, it is spreading. Mm. Alrighty, so this morning we're going to kick off the day a little differently. We're going to read Edgar Allan Poe. There we go. Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you, thus much let me avow. You were not wrong who deemed that my days have been a dream, yet if hope has flown away in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, is it therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep, while I weep. O God, can I not grasp? Can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? O God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Edgar, Edgar Allan Poe, 1827. In visions of the dark night I have dreamed of joy departed, but a waking dream of life and light hath left me broken hearted. Ah, what is not a dream by day to him whose eyes are cast on things around him with a ray turned back upon the past? That holy dream, while all the world were chiding, hath cheered me as a loving beam, a lonely spirit guiding. What though that light through storm and night so trembled from afar? What could there be more purely bright in truth's day star? A predicament. Edgar Allan Poe. What chance, good lady, hath bereft you thus, cold moose? It was a quiet, it was a quiet and still afternoon when I strolled forth in the goodly city of Athena. The confusion and bustle in the streets were terrible. Men were talking, women were screaming, children were choking, pigs were whistling, carts were rattled, bulls they bellowed, cows they lowed, horses they neighed, cats they waterwalled, dogs they danced. Could it then be possible? Danced! Alas, thought I, my dancing days are over. Thus it is ever. What a host of gloomy recollections will ever and on be awakened in the mind of genius and imaginative contemplation, especially of a genius doomed to the everlasting and eternal and continual, and as one might say, the continued, yes, the continued and continuous, bitter, harassing, disturbing, and if I may be allowed, and the expression, the very disturbing influence of the serene and godlike and heavenly and exalted and elevated and purifying effect of what may be rightly termed the most enviable, the most truly enviable, nay, most benignly beautiful, the most deliciously ethereal, and as it were the most pretty, if I may be so bold in expression, in the world, but I am always led away by my feelings. In such a mind, I repeat, what a host of recollections are stirred up by a trifle. The dogs danced. I could not. They frisked. I wept. They capered. I sobbed aloud, touching circumstances which cannot fail to bring the recollection of the classical reader that exquisite passage in relation to the fitness of things, which is to be found in the commencement of the third volume of what the admirable and venerable Chinese novel, the Jogo Shlo. In my solitary work through the city, I had two humble but faithful companions. Diana, my poodle, sweetest of creatures. She had a quantity of hair over her one eye and a blue ribbon tied fashionably around her neck. Diana was not more than 5 inches in height, but her head was somewhat bigger than her body, and her tail, being cut off exceedingly close, gave an air of injured innocence to the interesting animal which rendered her a favorite with all. And Pompey, my negro, sweet Pompey, how shall I ever forget thee? I had taken Pompey's arm. He was 3 feet in height. I'd like to be particular, and about 70 or perhaps 80 years of age. He had bow legs and was corpulent. His mouth should not be called small, nor his ears short. His teeth, however, were like pearl, and his large, full eyes were deliciously white. Nature had endowed him with no neck, and had placed his ankles in the middle of the upper portion of the feet. He was clad with a striking simplicity. His sole garments were a stock of 9 inches in height and a nearly new drab overcoat which had formerly been in the service of the tall, stately, and illustrious Dr. Moneypenny. It was a good overcoat. It was well cut. It was well made. The coat was nearly new. Pompey held it up out of the dirt with both hands. There were 3 persons in our party, and 2 of them have already been the subject of the remark. And there was a third person that was myself. I am the Signora Psyche Zenobia. I am not Sucky Snobs. My appearance is commanding. On the memorable occasion of which I speak, I was habited in a crimson satin dress with a sky blue Arabian mantellette, and the dress had trimmings of green agraffas and 7 graceful flounces of the orange-colored arugula. I thus formed the third of the party. There was a poodle. That was Pompey. There was myself. We were 3. Thus it is said were originally was the 3 Furies, Melty, Nemi, and Hecate. Meditation, memory, and fiddling. Leaning upon the arm of the gallant Pompey and attended at a respectable distance by Diana, I proceeded down one of the populous and very pleasant streets of the now deserted Edina. On a sudden, there presented itself to a view a church, a Gothic cathedral, vast, venerable, and with a tall steeple which towered into the sky. What madness now possessed me? Why did I rush upon my fate? I was seized with an uncontrollable desire to ascend the giddy pinnacle and then survey the immense extent of the city. The door of the cathedral stood invitingly open. My destiny prevailed. I entered the ominous archway, and when there was my guardian angel, where then was my guardian angel, if indeed such angels there be? If distressing monosyllable, what a word of mystery and meaning and doubt and uncertainty is there involved in my two letters? I entered the ominous archway. I entered, and without injury to my orange colored autoculus, I passed beneath the portal and emerged within the vestibule. Thus it is said the immense river Alfred passed unscathed and unwetted beneath the sea. I thought the staircase I thought the staircase would never have an end. Round, yes, they went round and up and round and up until I could not help surmising with a sagacious Pompey, upon whose supporting arm I leaned in all the confidence of early affection. I could not help surmising that the upper end of the continuous spiral ladder had been accidentally or perhaps designedly removed. I paused for breath, and in the meantime, an accident occurred of too momentous a nature in a moral and also in a metaphysical point of view to be passed over without notice. It appeared to me, indeed, I was quite confident of the fact. I could not be mistaken. No, I had for some moments carefully and anxiously observed the motions of my Diana. I say that I could not be mistaken. Diana smelt a rat. At once I called Pompey's attention to the subject, and he agreed with me. There was no longer any reasonable room for doubt. The rat had been smelled, and by Diana. Heavens, shall I ever forget the intense excitement of the moment? Alas, what is the boasted intellect of man? The rat. It was there. That is to say, it was somewhere. Diana smelled the rat. I could not. Thus it is said the Prussian Alset has for some persons a sweet and very powerful perfume, while to others it is perfectly scentless. The staircase had been surmounted, and there were now only 3 or 4 more upward steps intervening between us and the summit. We still ascended, and now only one step remained. One step, one little step upon such little step in the great staircase of human life. How vast the sum of human happiness of misery depends. I thought of myself, then of Pompeii, and then of the mysterious and inexplicable destiny which surrounded us. I thought of Pompeii, alas, I thought of love. I thought of my many false steps which have been taken and may be taken again. I resolved to be more cautious, more reserved. I abandoned the arm of Pompey, and without his assistance I surmounted the one remaining step and gained the chamber of the belfry. I was followed immediately afterward by my poodle. Pompey alone remained behind. I stood at the head of the staircase and encouraged him to ascend. He stretched forth to me his hand, and unfortunately, in so doing, was forced to abandon his firm hold upon the overcoat. Will the gods never cease their persecution? The overcoat dropped, and the one of his feet. Pompey stepped upon the long and trailing skirt of the overcoat. He stumbled and fell. The consequence was inevitable. He fell forward and with his accursed head striking me full in the breast. precipitated me headlong together with myself upon the hard, filthy, and detestable floor of the belfry. But my revenge was sure, sudden, and complete. Seizing him furiously by the wool with both hands, I tore out a vast quantity of black and crispy and curly material and tossed it from me with every manifestation of disdain. It fell among the ropes of the belfry and remained. Pompey arose and said no word, but he regarded me piteously with his large eyes and sighed. Ye gods that sigh! It sunk into my heart, and the hair, the wool, could I have reached that wool, I would have bathed it with my tears in testimony of regret. But alas, it was now far beyond my grasp. As it dangled among the cordage of the bell, I fancied it alive. I fancied that it stood on end with indignation. Thus the happy dandy Florus Eris of Java bears, it is said, a beautiful flower which will live when pulled up by the roots. The natives suspended it by a cord from the ceiling and enjoyed its fragrance for years. Our quarrel was now made up, and we looked about the room for an aperture through which to survey the city of Edina. Windows there were none. The sole light admitted into the gloomy chamber proceeded from a square opening, about a foot in diameter, at a height of about 7 feet from the floor. Yet what will the energy of true genius not effect? I resolved to clamber up to this hole. A vast quantity of wheels, pinions, and other cabalistic looking machinery stood opposite the hole, close to it, and through the hole there passed an iron rod from the machinery. Between the wheels and the wall, where the hole lay, there was barely room for my body, yet I was desperate and determined to persevere. I called Pompey to my side. You perceive that aperture, Pompey. I wish to look through it. You will stand here just beneath the hole, so now hold out one of your hands, Pompey, and let me step upon it. Thus. Now the other hand, Pompey, and with its aid I will get upon your shoulders. He did everything I wished, and I found upon getting up that I could easily pass my head and neck through the aperture. The prospect was sublime. Nothing could be more magnificent. I merely paused a moment to bid Diana behave herself and assure Pompey that I would be considerate and bear as lightly as possible upon his shoulders. I told him I would be tender of his feelings. Aussi tender cure beefsteak. Having done this justice to my faithful friend, I gave myself up with great zest and enthusiasm to the enjoyment of the scene which so obligingly spread itself out before my eyes. Obliquely, obliquely spread its before my eyes. Upon this subject, however, I shall forbear to dilate. I will not describe the city of Edinburgh. Everyone has been to the city of Edinburgh. Everyone has been to Edinburgh, the classic Edina. I will confine myself to the momentous detail of my own lamentable adventure, having in some measure satisfied my curiosity in regard to the extent, situation, and general appearance of the city. I had leisure to survey the church in which I was, the delicate architecture of the steeple. I observed that aperture through which I had thrust my head was an opening in the dial plate of a gigantic clock, and must have appeared from the street as a large keyhole, such as we see in the face of the French watches. No doubt the true object was to admit the arm of an attendant to adjust when necessary the hands of the clock from within. I observed also with surprise the immense size of these hands, the longest of which could not have been less than 10 feet in length, and where broadest 8 or 9 inches in breadth. They were of solid steel apparently, and their edges appeared to be sharp. Having noticed these particulars and some others, I again turned my eyes upon the glorious prospect below, and soon became absorbed in contemplation. From at this, after some minutes, I was aroused by the voice of Pompey, who declared that he could stand it no longer, and requested that I would be so kind as to come down. This was unreasonable, and I told him so in a speech of some length. He replied, but with an evident misunderstanding of my ideas upon the subject. I accordingly grew angry and told him in plain words that he was a fool, that he had committed an ignoramus, he clenched eye, that his notions were mere insummary bulbous, and his words little better than an enemy wary boreman. With this he appeared satisfied, and I resumed my contemplations. I might have been half an hour after the altercation when, as I was deeply absorbed in the heavenly scenery beneath me, I was startled by something very cold which pressed with a gentle pressure on the back of my neck. It is needless to say that I felt inexpressibly alarmed. I knew that Pompeii was beneath my feet and that Diana was sitting, according to my explicit directions, upon her hind legs in the farthest corner of the room. What could it be? Alas, I but too soon discovered, turning my head gently to one side, perceived to my extreme horror that the huge, glittering, scimitar like minute hand of the clock had, in the course of its hourly revolution, descended upon my neck. There was, I knew, not a second to be lost. I pulled back at once, but it was too late. There was no chance of forcing my head through the mouth of that terrible trap in which it was so fairly caught, and which grew narrower and narrower with a rapidity too horrible to be conceived. The agony of that moment is not to be imagined. I threw up my hands and endeavored with all my strength to force upward the ponderous iron bar. I might as well have tried to lift the cathedral itself. Down, down, down it came, closer and yet closer. I screamed to Pompey for aid, but he said that I had hurt his feelings by calling him an ignorant old squint eye. I yelled to Diana, but she only said, "Bow wow wow," and that I had told her on no account to stir from the corner. Thus I had no relief to expect from my associates. Meantime, the ponderous and terrific scythe of time, for I now discovered the literal import of that classical phrase, had not stopped, nor was it likely to stop. In its career, down and still down it came. It had already burned its sharp edge with a full inch in my flesh, and my sensations grew indistinct and confused. At one time I fancied myself in Philadelphia with the stately Miss Dr. Moneypenny, and at another in the back parlor of Mr. Blackwood receiving his invaluable instructions. And then again, the sweet recollections of the better and earlier times came over me, and I thought of that happy period when the world was not all a desert, and Pompeii not altogether cruel. The ticking of the machinery amused me, I say, for my sensations now bordered upon perfect happiness, and the most trifling circumstances afforded me pleasure. The eternal click clack, click clack of the clock was the most melodious of music in my ears, and occasionally even put me in mind of the graceful sermonic harangues of Dr. Allan Poe. Ah, then there were the great figures upon the dial plate. How intelligent, how intellectual they all looked, and presently they took to dancing the mazurka, and I think it was the figure V who performed the most to my satisfaction. She was evidently a lady of breeding, none of your swaggerers, and nothing at all indelicate in her motions. She did the parut to admiration, whirling around upon her apex. I made an endeavor to hand her a chair, for I saw that she appeared fatigued with her exertions, and it was not until then that I fully perceived my lamentable situation. Lamentable indeed. The bar had buried itself 2 inches in my neck. I was aroused to a sense of exquisite pain. I prayed for death, and in the agony of the moment could not help repeating those exquisite verses of the poet Miguel de Cervantes, Vani Baren tan escolandirta, quare norte senti verni, porgen pleasure nelli mori normi torni tardi verdi. But now a new horror presented itself, and one indeed sufficient to startle the strongest nerves. My eyes, from the cruel pressure of the machine, was absolutely starting from their sockets. While I was thinking how I should possibly manage without them, one actually tumbled out of my head and, rolling down the steep side of the steeple, lodged in the rain gutter which ran along the eaves of the main building. The loss of the eye was not so much as the insolent air of independence and contempt with which it regarded me after it was out. There it lay in the gutter just under my nose, and the airs it gave itself would have been ridiculous had they not been disgusting. Such a winking and blinking were never before seen. This behavior on part of my eye in the gutter was not only irritating on account of its manifest insolence and shameful ingratitude, but it was also exceedingly inconvenient on account of the sympathy which always exists between the two eyes of the same head, however far apart. I was forced in a manner to wink and to blink, whether I could or would not, in exact concert with the scoundrelly thing that lay just under my nose. I was presently relieved, however, by the dropping out of the other eye. In falling, it took the same direction as its fellow. Both rolled out of the gutter together, and in truth, I was very glad to get rid of them. The bar was now 4 inches and a half deep in my neck, and there was only a little bit of skin to cut through. My sensations were those of entire happiness, for I felt that in a few minutes at farthest I should be relieved from my disagreeable situation, and in this expectation I was not at all deceived. At 25 minutes past 5 in the afternoon, precisely, the huge minute hand had proceeded sufficiently far on its terrible revolution to sever the small remainder of my neck. I was not sorry to see the head which had occasioned me so much embarrassment at length make a final separation from my body. It first rolled down the side of the steeple, then lodged for a few seconds in the gutter, and then made its way with a plunge into the middle of the street. I will candidly confess that my feelings were now of the most singular, nay, of the most mysterious, the most perplexing and incomprehensible character. My senses were here and there at one and the same moment. With my head, I imagined at one time that I, the head, was the real Signora Psyche Zenobia. At another, I felt convinced that myself, the body, was the proper identity. To clear my ideas on this topic, I felt in my pocket for my snuff box, but upon it, and endeavoring to apply a pinch of its grateful contents in the ordinary manner, I became immediately aware of my peculiar deficiency, and threw the box at once down on my head. It took a pinch with great satisfaction, and smiled me an acknowledgment in return. Shortly afterward it made me a speech which I could hear but indistinctly without ears. I gathered enough, however, to know that it was astonished at my wishing to remain alive under such circumstances. In the concluding sentences it quoted the noble words of Ariosto: "Porvo hormi cher non sera corte, and have a combatenti ori morti," thus comparing me to the hero who, in the heat of the combat, not perceiving that he was dead, continued to contest the battle with inextinguishable valor. There was nothing now to prevent my getting down from my elevation, and I did so. What it was that Pompey saw so very peculiar in my appearance, I have never yet been able to find out. The fellow opened his mouth from ear to ear and shut his two eyes as if he were endeavoring to crack nuts between the lids. Finally, throwing off his overcoat, he made one spring for the staircase and disappeared. I hurled after the scoundrel these vehement words of Demosthenes: "Andrew Phlegethon, you really make haste to fly," and then turned, darling of my heart, to the one-eyed, the shaggy-haired Diana. Alas, what a horrible vision affronted my eyes! Was that a rat I saw skulking into his hole? Are these the picked bones of the little angel who has been cruelly devoured by the monster? Ye gods, and what do I behold? Is that the departed spirit? the shade, the ghost of my beloved puppy, which I perceive sitting with a grace so melancholy in the corner? Hearken, for she speaks, and heavens, it is in the German of Schiller. Uns turbi duxos turbiturn, dorxe dorxe. Alas, and are not her words too true? And if I died, at least I died for thee, for thee. Sweet creature, she too has sacrificed herself in my behalf, dogless, headless. What now remains for unhappy Signora Psyche Zenobia? Alas, nothing I have done. Edgar Allan Poe. That's some pretty cool reading. Am I Jewish? I do have Jewish blood. I got blood that connects to the Aztecs, Cherokee, Lakota. I've also got blood on the other side of my family that connects to Spain, to France, and Germany as well. So my life is very interesting in my connections to my tribal past and the other world of what people would term modernization. What tribe? The human tribe. In my life, I've learned to enjoy to put things together and to see how things complement each other. I've completely disassociated myself in the popular desires and inklings of people. Instead of conflict, in order to produce a better individual or a stronger person, a wiser individual, anything of that matter, I agree with to an extent. However, I believe that we can grow stronger and develop faster by building together, by recognizing each other's differences and where other people shine. So this you do something really great. I do it, but it's not great. It's not awesome. It's not what it should be. Not that end result polished look. You can do that though. Well, I'll leave that to you. You can do that. I'll do what I'm good at. And then when we do what we do naturally and independently, however complementary, because we see like, oh, you're better if you go first, or however the situation, however the process, however the remedy, however the complement of musical instruments to create the symphony of life. If every single person is a painting of the Creator walking into the world, then when we come together, are we not creating music from all that art? I dare say so. And so somebody had made a request. I appreciate people sending in emails, leaving messages, comments on the videos, whatever the case. I try to look over those. The emails I definitely look over. No, somebody had mentioned Edgar Allan Poe, and I was like, boom, let's get, let's get, uh, let's get a new flavor in the atmosphere here. I mean, and his work so far is pretty darn on point. You know, I I'm not getting paid for this, and I've got no deal with him or anything. But I've been in some tough spots in life, bro, and all I want to do is toke some good green. You know what I mean? And there's this company called it's www dot thcshop.co, and they'll ship you weed, man. If it's legal in your state, you can buy it online. You can go to their website right now and go click, click, click. And if you want the super fast delivery, you'll have that weed within a few days. Just saying, what a world we live in, bro. I'm pretty sure Edgar Allan Poe might totally agree on a toke or two. Let's see here. Thanks. That was The Call of Cthulhu by H.P. Lovecraft. Send me an email. Send me an email, please, for suggestions on books. The older books I could get I can get through the computer real easy, super fast. If it's something modern, something I have to buy, I'm most likely not going to be able to attain that unless you want to ship it to me. But send me an email, cetra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA@yahoo.com, or leave a comment in one of the videos. And generally, I scroll over the comments just to see what's there, and might just see the recommendation and comment in any of the videos here on YouTube. Another comment that was made mention is, how do I survive? How do I get by? The reality is I'm able to do this through donations. I'm not petitioning for them. I'm not trying to get people to follow. I'm not trying to get you to subscribe. I If you tune in, great, awesome. If you don't, whatever, that's your life. Though that's how I've been surviving, is through donations. And on the main YouTube page, it has a link to my GoFundMe, and so you can donate money there if you'd like to. Um, Other than that, yeah, just feel free to send questions or inquiries. Perhaps you have a illness or something going on. Like, I'm going to share an experience. Like, there was somebody who had some teeth problems, some tooth pain, and we connected in the chat, and I became aware of this and sent out a blessing. And well, I think it was that night, and they had sent me a message, And they said, thank you, the pain's gone. And I said, what? Or they said, thank you, or something else. They were like, it doesn't hurt anymore. And I was like, what? Are you serious? And they were like, yeah. And I was like, I've witnessed these kind of, so please send me an email, send me a message if I can help or assist in any way. Perhaps you want a card reading. We can always set up a little code word, code name, and so I mentioned the code name, and you know that the reading's for you, but nobody else between other than me and you knows the reading's for you, and I can do that live. So, anyways, let me know. Cetra@yahoo.com. But let's get back to some more Edgar Allan Poe. Eh? During the fall of the year 1827, while residing near Charlottesville, Virginia, I casually made the acquaintance of Mr. Augustus Bedloe. This young gentleman was remarkable in every respect and excited in me a profound interest and curiosity. I found it impossible to comprehend him either in his moral or his physical relations. Of his family I could obtain no satisfactory account. Whence he came I never ascertained, even about his age. Although I call him a young gentleman, there was something which perplexed me in no little degree. He certainly seemed young, and he made a point of speaking about his youth. Yet there were moments when I should have had little trouble in imagining him 100 years of age, but in no regard was he more peculiar in his personal appearance. He was singularly tall and thin. He stooped much. His limbs were exceedingly long and emaciated. His forehead was broad and low. His complexion was absolutely bloodless. His mouth was large and flexible, yet his teeth were more wildly uneven, although sound, than I had ever before seen teeth in a human head. The expression of his smile, however, was by no means unpleasing as might be supposed, but what it had no variation in whatever it was one of profound melancholy, of a faceless and unceasing gloom. His eyes were abnormally large and round like those of a cat. The pupils, too, upon any accession of diminution of light, underwent contraction or dilation, just such as it observed in the feline tribe. In moments of excitement, the orbs grew bright to a degree almost inconceivable, seeming to emit luminous rays not of a reflected but of an intrinsic luster, as does a candle or the sun. Yet their ordinary condition was so totally vapid, filmy, and dull as to convey the idea of the eyes of a long interred corpse. These peculiarities of the person appeared to cause him much annoyance, and he was continually alluding to them in a sort of half explanatory, half apologetic strain, which when I first heard it impressed me very painfully. I soon, however, grew accustomed to it, and my uneasiness wore off. It seemed to be his design rather to insinuate than directly to assert that physically he had not always been what he was, that a long series of neuralgic attacks had reduced him from a condition of more than usual personal beauty to that which I saw. For many years past he had been attended by a physician named Templeton, an old gentleman, perhaps 70 years of age, whom he had first encountered at Saratoga, and from whose attention while there he either received or fancied that he received the great benefit. The result was that Bedloe, who was wealthy, had made an arrangement with Dr. Templeton by which the latter, in consideration of a liberal annual allowance, had consented to devote his time and medical experience exclusively to the care of the invalid. Dr. Templeton had been a traveler in his younger days, and at Paris had become a convert, in great measure, to the doctrines of Mesmer, It was altogether by means of magnetic remedies that he had succeeded in alleviating the acute pains of his patient, and this success had very naturally inspired the latter with a certain degree of confidence in the opinions from which the remedies had been adduced. The doctor, however, like all enthusiasts, had struggled hard to make a thorough convert of his pupil, and finally so far gained his point as to induce the sufferer to submit to numerous experiments. By a frequent repetition of these, the result had risen which of late days has become so common as to attract little or no attention, but which at the period of which I write had very rarely been known in America. I mean to say that between Dr. Templeton and Bedloe there had grown up little by little a very distinct and strongly marked rapport or magnetic relation. I'm not prepared to assert, however, that this rapport extended beyond the limits of the simple sleep producing power, but this power itself had attained great intensity. At the first attempt to induce the magnetic somnolency, the mesmerist entirely failed. In the fifth or sixth, he succeeded very partially, and after long continued effort, only at the 12th was the triumph complete. After this, the will of the patient succumbed rapidly to that of the physician, so that when I first became acquainted with the two, sleep was brought about almost instantaneously by the mere volition of the operator, even when the invalid was unaware of his presence. It is only now, in the year 1845, when similar miracles are witnessed daily by thousands, that I dare venture to record this apparent impossibility as a matter of serious fact. The temperature of Bedloe was in the highest degree sensitive, excitable, enthusiastic. His imagination was singularly vigorous and creative, and no doubt it derived additional force from the habitual use of the morphine, which he swallowed in great quantity, and without which he would have found it impossible to exist. It was his practice to take a very large dose of it immediately after breakfast each morning, or rather immediately after a cup of strong coffee, for he ate nothing in the forenoon, and then set forth alone, or attended only by a dog, upon a long ramble among the chain of wild and dreary hills that lie westward and southward of Charlottesville, and are there dignified by the title of the Ragged Mountains. Upon a dim, warm, misty day toward the close of November, and during the strange interregnum of the seasons, which in America is termed the Indian summer, Mr. Bedloe departed as usual for the hills. The day passed, and still he did not return. About 8 o'clock at night, having become seriously alarmed at his protracted absence, we were about setting out in search of him, and he unexpectedly made his appearance in health no worse than usual, and in rather more than ordinary spirits. The account which he gave of his expedition and of the events which had detained him was a singular one indeed. You will remember, said he, that it was about 9 in the morning when I left Charlottesville. I bent my steps immediately to the mountains, and about 10 entered a gorge which was entirely new to me. I followed the windings of this pass with much interest. The scenery which presented itself on all sides, although scarcely entitled to be called grand, had about it an indescribable and to me a delicious aspect of dreary desolation. The solitude seemed absolutely virgin. I could not help believing that the green sods, and the great rocks upon which I trod had been trodden never before by the foot of a human being, so entirely secluded that in fact inaccessible except through a series of accidents is the entrance of the ravine, that it is by no means impossible that I was indeed the first adventurer, the very first and sole adventurer who had ever penetrated its recesses. The thick and peculiar mist or smoke which distinguishes the Indian summer, and which now hung heavily over all objects, served no doubt to deepen the vague impressions which these objects created. So dense was the pleasant fog that I could at no time see more than a dozen yards of the path before me. This path was excessively sinuous, and as the sun could not be seen, I soon lost all idea of the direction in which I journeyed. In the meantime, the morphine had its customary effect. that of enduring all the external world with an intensity of interest, in the quivering of a leaf, in the hue of a blade of grass, in the shape of a trefoil, in the humming of a bee, in the gleaming of a dewdrop, in the breathing of the wind, in the faint odors that came from the forest. There came a whole universe of suggestion, a motley and happy train of rhapsodical and methodical thought. Busy it is, busied in this. I walked on for several hours, during which the mist deepened around me to so great an extent that at length I was reduced to an absolute groping of the way, and now an indescribable uneasiness possessed me, a species of nervous hesitation and tremor. I feared to tread lest I should be precipitated into some abyss. I remember, too, strange stories told about these ragged hills and of the uncouth and fierce races of men who tormented their groves and caverns. A thousand vague fancies oppressed and disconcerted me, fancies the more distressing because vague. Very suddenly my attention was arrested by the loud beating of a drum. My amazement was, of course, extreme. A drum in these hills was a thing unknown. I could not have been more surprised at the sound of the trump of the archangel, but a new and still more astounding source of interest and perplexity arose. There came a wild, rattling or jingling sound as if of a bunch of large keys, and upon the instant a dusky visaged and half naked man rushed past me with a shriek. He came so close to my person that I felt his hot breath upon my face. He bore it in one hand an instrument composed of an assemblage of steel rings, and shook them vigorously as he ran. Scarcely had he disappeared in the midst before, painting after him, with open mouth and glaring eyes, there darted a huge beast, and I could not be mistaken in the character. It was a hyena. The sight of his mother rather relieved than heightened my terrors, for I now made sure that I dreamed and endeavored to arouse myself to waking consciousness. I stepped boldly and briskly forward. I rubbed my eyes. I called aloud. I pinched my limbs. A small spring of water presented itself to my view, and here, stooping, I bathed my hands and my head and neck. This seemed to dissipate the equivocal sensations which had hitherto annoyed me. I arose as I thought a new man, and proceeded steadily and complacently on my unknown way. At length, quite overcome by exertion and by a certain oppressive closeness of the atmosphere, I seated myself beneath a tree. Presently there came a feeble gleam of sunshine, and the shadow of the leaves of the tree fell faintly but defiantly upon the grass. At this shadow I gazed wonderingly for many minutes, and character stupefied me with astonishment. I looked upward. The tree was a palm. I now arose hurriedly in a state of fearful agitation, for the fancy that I dreamed would serve me no longer. I felt that I had perfected command of my senses, and these senses now brought to my soul a world of novel and singular sensation. The heat became all at once intolerable. A strange odor loaded the breeze. A low, continuous murmur, like that arising from a full but gently flowing river, came to my ears, intermingled with the peculiar hum of multitudinous human voices. While I listened in an extremely of astonishment which I need not attempt to describe, a strong and brief gust of wind bore off the incumbent fog as if by the wand of an enchanter. I found myself at the foot of a high mountain, and looking down into a vast plain through which wound a majestic river. On the margin of the river stood an eastern looking city, such as we read in the Arabian tales, but of a character even more singular than any there described. From my position, which was far above the level of the town, I could perceive its every nook and corner as if delineated on a map. The streets seemed innumerable and crossed each other irregularly in all directions, but were rather long winding alleys than streets, and absolutely swarmed with inhabitants. The houses were wildly picturesque on every hand. There was a wilderness of balconies, of verandas, of minarets, of shrines, of fantastically carved orioles. Bazaars abounded, and in these were displayed rich wares in infinite variety and profusion, silks, muslins, and most dazzling cutlery, and the most magnificent jewels and gems. Besides these things were seen on all sides banners and palanquins, litters and stately dames clothed, veiled, elephants gorgeously caparisoned, idols grotesquely hewn, drums, banners, and gongs, spears, silvers, and gilded maces amid the crowd and the clamor and the general intricacy and confusion amid the million of black and yellow men, tan, band, and robed, and of flowing beard there roamed a countless multitude of holy filleted bulls, while vast legions of the filthy but sacred ape clambered, chattering and shrieking, about the cornices of the mosques or clung to the minarets of the orioles. From the swarming streets to the banks of the river there descended innumerable flights of steps leading to bathing places, while the river itself seemed to force a passage with difficulty through the vast fleets of deeply burthened ships that far and wide encountered its surface beyond the limits of the city arose, in frequent majestic groups, the palm and the cocoa, with other gigantic and weird trees of vast age, and here and there might be seen a field of rice, the thatched hut of a peasant, a tank, a stray temple, a gypsy camp, or a solitary graceful maiden taking her way, with a pitcher upon her head, to the banks of the magnificent river. You will say now, of course, that I dreamed, but not so. What I saw, what I heard, what I felt, what I thought had about it nothing, nothing of the unmistakable idiosyncrasy of the dream. All was rigorously self consistent. At first, doubting that I was really awake, I entered into a series of tests which soon convinced me that I really was. Now, when one dreams and in the dream suspects that he dreams, the suspicion never fails to confirm itself, and the sleeper is almost immediately aroused. Thus, novalis ours not in saying that we are near waking when we dream that we dream. Had the vision occurred to me as I describe it, without my suspecting it as a dream, then a dream it might absolutely have been. But occurring as it did and suspected and tested as it was, I am forced to class it among other phenomena. In this I am not sure that you were wrong, observed observed Dr. Templeton. But proceed. You arose and descended into the city. I arose, continued Bedloe, regarding the doctor with an air of profound astonishment. I arose, as you say, and descended into the city. On my way, I fell in with an immense populace, crowding through every avenue, all in the same direction, and exhibiting in every action the wildest excitement. Very sudden, and by some inconceivable impulse, I became intensely imbued with personal interest in what was going on. I seemed to feel I seemed to feel that I had an important part to play without exactly understanding what it was, against the crowd which environed me. However, I experienced a deep sentiment of animosity. I shrank from amid them, and swiftly by a circuitous path reached and entered the city. Here all was wildest tumult and contention. A small party of men, clad in garments half Indian, half European, and officered by gentlemen in a uniform partly British, were engaged at greater odds with the swarming rabble of the alleys. I joined the weaker party, arming myself with the weapons of a fallen officer, and fighting I knew not whom with the nervous ferocity of despair. We were soon overpowered by numbers and driven to seek refuge in a species of kiosk. Here we barricaded ourselves and for the present were secure. From a loophole near the summit of the kiosk I perceived a vast crowd and furious agitation, surrounding and assaulting a gay palace that overhung the river. Presently, from an upper window of this place, there descended an effeminate looking person by means of a string made by the turbans of his attendants. A boat was at hand, in which he escaped to the opposite bank of the river. And now a new object took possession of my soul. I spoke a few hurried but energetic words to my companions, and having succeeded in gaining over a few of them in my purpose, made a frantic sally from the kiosk. We rushed amid the crowd that surrounded it. They retreated at first before us. They rallied, fought madly, and retreated again. In the meantime, we were borne far from the kiosk and became bewildered and entangled among the narrow streets of tall overhanging houses, into the recesses of which the sun had never been able to shine. The rabble pressed impetuously upon us, harassing us with their spears and overwhelming us with the flights of arrows. These latter were very remarkable and resembled in some respects the riding priests of the Malay. They were made to imitate the body of a creeping serpent, and were long and black with a poisoned barb. One of them struck me upon the right temple. I reeled and fell, and instantaneous and dreadful sickness seized me. I struggled, I gasped, I died. You will hardly persist now, said I, smiling, that the whole of your adventure was not a dream. You are not prepared to maintain that you are dead? When I said these words, I of course expected some lively sally from the Bedloe in reply, but to my astonishment he hesitated, trembled, became fearfully pallid, and remained silent. I looked toward Templeton. He sat erect and rigid in his chair. His teeth chattered, and his eyes were starting from their sockets. Proceed, he at length said hoarsely to Bedloe. For many minutes continued the latter. My sole sentiment, my sole feeling was that of darkness and non-entity, with the consciousness of death. At length there seemed to pass a violent and sudden shock through my soul, as if of electricity. With it came the sense of elasticity and of light. This latter I felt and not saw. In an instant I seemed to rise from the ground, but I had no bodily, no visible, audible, or palpable presence. The crowd had departed, the tumult had ceased, the city was in comparative repose. Beneath me lay my corpse, with the arrow in my temple, the whole head greatly swollen and disfigured, but All these things I felt, not saw. I took interest in nothing. Even the corpse seemed a matter in which I had no concern. Volition I had none, but appeared to be impelled into motion, and flitted buoyantly out of the city, retracting the circuitous path by which I had entered it. When I had attained that point of the ravine in the mountains at which I had encountered the hyena, I again experienced the shock of a galvanic battery. The sense of weight, of volition, of substance returned. I became my original self and bent my steps eagerly homeward. But the past had not lost the vividness of the real, and not now, even for an instant, can I compel my understanding to regard it as a dream. Nor was it, said Templeton, with an air of deep solemnity. Yet it would be difficult to say how otherwise it should be termed. Let us suppose only that the soul of the man of today is upon the verge of some stupendous physical discoveries. Let us content ourselves with the supposition. For the rest, I have some explanation to make. Here is a watercolor drawing which I should have shown you before, but which an unaccountable sentiment of horror has hitherto prevented me from showing. We looked at the picture which he presented. I saw nothing in it of an extraordinary character, but its effect upon Bedloe was prodigious. He nearly fainted as he gazed, and yet it was but a miniature portrait, a miraculously accurate one, to be sure, of his own very remarkable features. At least this was my thought as I regarded it. You will perceive, said Simpleton, the date of this picture. It is here, scarcely visible in this corner, 1780. In this year was the portrait taken. It is the likeness of a dead friend, that Mr. Ordeleb, to whom I became much attached at Calcutta during the administration of Warren Hastings. I was then only 20 years old when I first saw you, Mr. Bedloe, at Saratoga. It was the miraculous similarity which existed between yourself and the painting which induced me to accost you, to seek your friendship, and to bring about those arrangements which resulted in my becoming your constant companion. In accomplishing this point, I was urged partly and perhaps principally by a regard by memory of the deceased, but also in part by an uneasy and not altogether horrorless curiosity respecting yourself. In your detail of the vision which presented itself to you amid the hills, you have described with the minutest accuracy the Indian city of Benares upon the holy river, the riots, the combat, the massacre, were the actual events of the insurrection of the Jet d'Essange, which took place in 1780 when Hastings was put in imminent peril of his life. The man escaping by the string of turbans was Shattuck Singh himself. The party in the kiosk where sat boys, the British officers heading by Hastings. Of this party I was one, and did all I could to prevent the rash and fatal sally of the officer who fell in the crowded alleys by the poisoned arrow of the Bengali. That officer was my dearest friend. It was Ordev. You will perceive by these manuscripts. Thus, at the very period at which you fancy these things amid the hills, I was engaged in detailing them upon paper here at home. In about a week after this conversation, the following paragraphs appeared in a Charlottesville paper. One moment. We have the painful duty of announcing the death of Mr. Augustus Bedloe, a gentleman whose amiable manners and many virtues have long endeared him to the citizens of Charlottesville. Mr. B, for some years past, has been subject to neuralgia, which has often threatened to terminate fatally, but this can be regarded only as the immediate cause of his disease. The proximate cause was one of a special singularity in an excursion to the ragged mountains. A few days since, a slight cold and fever were contracted, attended with great determination of blood to the head. To relieve this, Dr. Dumpleton resorted to topical bleeding. Leeches were applied to the temples. In a fearfully brief period, the patient died. When it appeared that in the jar containing the leeches had been introduced by accident one of the venomous vermicular saguses, which are now and then found in the neighborhood, itself upon a small artery in the right temple, its close resemblance to the medicinal leech caused the mistake to be overlooked until too late. The poisonous Sonicus of Charlottesville may always be distinguished from the medicinal leech by its blackness, and especially by its writhing or vermicular motions, which very nearly resemble those of a snake. I was speaking with the editor of the paper in question upon the topic of this remarkable accident when it occurred to me to ask how it happened that the name of the deceased had been given as Bedloe. I presume, I said, you have authority for the spelling, but I have always supposed the name to be written with an E at the end. Authority? No, he replied. It is a mere typographical error. The name is Bedloe with an E all the world over, and I never knew it to be spelled otherwise in my life. Then said I mutteringly as I turned upon my heel, then indeed has it come to pass that one truth is stranger than any fiction, for Bedloe without the E, what is it but Ordeb conversed? And this man tells me that it is a typographical error. Maybe you caught it, maybe you didn't, but it sounds like Mr. Poe saw the truth. He saw the truth, and he tried to confirm this truth that he saw with someone else. And to one extent, he got a bit of confirmation. But to another extent, he was left completely without. And I find that on the spiritual journey of the shaman, of anybody seeking this path of enlightenment, that you follow the truth that you discover. Not everybody can see what you've seen. Not everybody is going to confirm what you see. And that's why you have to believe. You have to trust yourself in order to believe yourself. Not one of these guys. Oh, what's the word of these? I'll look up the correct spelling for it because you can actually find them online. You can, I mean, look up like India, Indian necklaces, Rudraksha beads. Yeah, I know I'm pronouncing it wrong or might be spelling it wrong, but Rudraksha, like Rudraksha. It's the wrong spelling, but if you plug that in to Amazon or another website, you're likely to find it'll direct you to the correct that and necklace, and you'll find it. And yeah, my mother passed away, and the whole family hated me, so I just left. And my dad disowned me within 6 months of that happening. No, I'm wrong. Within 3 months of my mom passing away, and the rest of my family disowning me, kicking. My dad, he literally stared at me in my face and was like, "I don't want a son." So no, I don't have no. I ain't got no none of that. None. I've been walking this journey since 2012, since my mom passed away, and I just let go of everything. And now, it's truly been the Divine Father and the Divine Mother that has blessed me through random strangers, through people I didn't know who decided to offer me some goodness. They told me to open my mouth and speak, so I did, because I found my happiness, I found my peace in solitude. I tried to look for a solid friend, and I found one halfway across the world. But your own journey is your own journey. People are very wanting, right? We want, we're yearning for something. Well, how do you live without working a 9 to 5? I decided to serve my Divine Father and my Divine Mother that I know are out there rather than to serve man. I decided to go on the path they told me to go on, and they filled my hands, and they put me to work at different places, and they taught me different things through different experiences, which is not the path of the normal individual. For truly in the Bible, the narrow path is the one to walk. And how can you walk a narrow path if there's a bunch of people that like that's not going to work? It's going to be problems. That narrow path is your path. That's your yellow brick road. See, people don't naturally. I'll go back to myself rather than saying people. When I was younger, I didn't trust myself. So I'd have some new idea or I'm going to do something. So, because I didn't trust myself, I'll go tell a bunch of people about it, get their ideas, see what's best to do. So even when I thought about doing stuff, or when I thought about things of my own personal memories, I was actually valuing somebody else's ideas and putting other people's ideas into my operating system, into my emotional experiences, and trying to make it work. And I was having problems because I did not trust myself. I was putting other people first. I was putting man first. I was valuing a human's opinion rather than divine guidance. Because the last time I checked, God spoke through the owls and the wind and the birds and the eagles and all sorts of life around us and every single human. He didn't just speak through one dude's alive, right? Right? If you're alive, I'd rather come talk to you than read the book that somebody else wrote about a bunch of stuff you said and did. I'd rather come talk to you. I mean, that's every single person's ability. That's why meditation is important. That's why pushing away the negative. How do you push away the negative? You'll walk away from it. That's how that happens. You just keep walking away from it. Because eventually it's gonna know it ain't wanted. Whether it's in a human, a person, animal, anything. You're free to craft your world and your experience, and you can only truly do that if you trust yourself before you go trust some other person. Foundation is very important. There's a lot of individuals who start on a spiritual journey and they have yet not established a foundation. Because when you establish your foundation, if you're building, things crush and crumble, they're going to. They're going to. Guess what? You still got that solid foundation that you're going to fall right onto. You could build again. But if you ain't got no foundation, when you're building and it breaks and falls, then you just go down and down and down and down and down. And those are the kind of people, and they're not just sad, they're not just depressed. They are completely immobilized by the traumatic event that snuffed out their life because they didn't have a foundation to land on. They went into limbo. They are walking and breathing, but they in limbo. I ain't saying nothing bad about them, but it's to understand the importance of getting some solid ideas, some solid principles. Writing, get a journal. Start taking notes of your own experience. Let that be your testament. Let that be your foundation. So you say, "This is who I am. This is what I like. This is my life." You pretty much write your own little micro or mini biography. All right, doesn't have to be nothing crazy, but take an account of who you are and what you are and your likes and dislikes and everything. Shoot, it's important. The written form is important. This video stuff's great, but I'm telling you, the pencil and pen are powerful. And so when you go years and years and years down the line on the spiritual journey, you look back at your foundation and you remember, well, I have this view as, Jesus my king, or this, that, or that, this, and this is who I am, and this is, and you can always go right back to who you are. You won't be lost when you go on this journey. It's like a map. When you go on an adventure, you bound to get lost. You bound to go into the jungle. You bound to not find your way back. Guaranteed. So what happens for the sailors? They keep track of the stars. People walking on the ground, we're gonna keep track of the stars and the landscape and keep a little map, all that good stuff. We're gonna keep record of where we've been so we can find our way back. Now you're never lost. Now you can trust yourself. Now, because after years of doing this kind of activity, now you know, psst, my idea is pretty good. I know what that works out to. I'm going to go that way. And you're going to hear somebody else and they're going to say something, and the whole group of crowd is going to be like, yeah, they're going to agree with that person. And you're going to be like, you know what? Psst, go on. They all going to be in trouble. I'm going to keep walking on and be just fine because you trusted yourself. rather than following the damn stupid crowd. Yeah, I said it. We've got some more Edgar Allan Poe here, and I'm gonna. We've been focusing past couple of days. If you've been following, if you've been here and present, we've been focused on healing and protection, awareness. So I'm gonna keep up with the good times, and I'm gonna advocate for good old Mary Jane. To good old MJ. All right. Some more Edgar Allan Poe, A Valentine, written in 1846. For her, this rhyme is penned, whose luminous eyes, brightly expressive as the twins of Lerda, shall find her own sweet name. That nestling lies upon the page and read from every reader. Search narrowly the lines, they hold a treasure divine, a talisman, an amulet that must be worn at heart. Search well the measure, the words, the syllables, don't forget the trivialest point, or you may lose your labor. And yet there is in this no Gordian knot which one might not undo without a saber. If one could merely comprehend the plot and written upon the leaf, where now are peering eyes, scantling soul, there lie purpose, three eloquent words oft uttered in the hearing, oft poets by poets, as the name is a poet's too, its letters, although naturally lying like the night Pinto Mendez Fernando still form a synonym for truth. Cease trying. You will not read the riddle, though you do the best you can do. Another poem called Al Araf, Part 1. Oh, nothing earthly save the ray thrown back from the flowers of beauty's eyes, as in those gardens where the day springs from the gems of Circassy. Oh, nothing earthly save the thrill of melody in woodland rill, or music of the passion-hearted joy's voice so peacefully departed, that like the murmur in the shell its echo dwelleth and will dwell. Oh, nothing of the dross of hours, yet all the beauty, all the flowers that list our love and deck our bowers, adorn yon world afar, afar, the wandering star. 'Twas a sweet time for Nessus, for there her world lay lolling on the golden air, near four bright suns, a temporary rest, an oasis in desert of the blessed. Away, away, mid seas of rays that roll, embryon splendor o'er unchained soul, The soul that's scarce, the billows are so dense, can struggle to its destined imminence. To distant spheres from time to time she rode, and late to ours the favored one of God. But now the ruler of an anchored realm, she throws aside the scepter, leaves the helm, and amid incense and high spiritual hymns, laves in quadrupled light her angel limbs. Now happiest, loveliest in yon lovely earth, whence sprang the idea of beauty into birth. Falling in breeze, throw many a startled star, like woman's hair, mid pearls, until afar it lit on hills Archean, and there dwelt. She looked into infinity and knelt. Rich clouds for canopies about her curled, fit emblems of the model of her world, seen but in beauty, not impeding sight of other beauty glittering into the light. A wreath that twined each starry from around, and all the opaled air in color bound. All hurriedly she knelt upon a bed of flowers, of lilies such as reared the head on the fair Capo de Carto, and sprang so eagerly around about to hang upon the flying footsteps of deep pride of her who loved a mortal and so died. The Separicia budding with young bees unreared its purple stem around her knees, and gimme flower of trebles misnamed, inmate of highest stars where erst it shamed all other loveliness, its hoarding dew, the fabled nectar that the heathen knew, deliriously sweet, was dropped from heaven and fell on gardens of the unforgiven, in Trebizond and on a sunny flower, so like its own above that to this hour it still remaineth, torturing the bee with madness and unwonted revelry. In heaven and all its environs, the leaf and blossom of the very plant in grief, disconsolate linger, grief that hangs her head, repenting follies that full long have read, heaving her white breast to the blamy air, like guilty beauty chastened and more fair. Nisanthus too, as sacred as the light, she fears to perfume, perfuming the night. And Slathia, pondering between many a sun, while pettish tears down her petals run, and that aspiring flower that sprang on earth and died ere scarce exalted into birth, bursting its odorous heart and spirit to wing its way to heaven from garden of a king, and Valesnarian lotus thither flown from struggling with the waters of the Rhone, and they most lovely purple perfumes are te, e sola d'oro fior di levante, and the nelumbo bud that floats forever with Indian Cupid down the holy river. Fair's flowers and fairy, to whose care is given to bear the goddess song and odors up to heaven. Spirit that dwellest where in the deepest sky, the terrible and fair in beauty vie. Beyond the line of blue, the boundary of the star, which turneth at the view of thy barrier and thy bar, of the barrier overgone by the comets who were cast from their pride and from their throne to be drudges till the blast, to be carriers of the fire and the red fire of the heart, with speed that may not tire, and with pain that shall not part, who livest, that we know in eternity we feel, but the shadow of whose brow what spirit shall reveal, whose thou the beings know, whom thy necessors, thy messenger hath known, have dreamt for thy infinity a model of their own. Thy will is done, O God, the star hath risen high. Through many a tempest, but she rode beneath the burning eye, and here in thought to thee, in thought that can alone ascend thy empire, and so be a partner of thy throne. By winged fantasy my embassy is given, till secrecy shall knowledge be in the environs of heaven. She ceased and buried then her burning cheek, abashed amid the lilies there, to seek a shelter from the fervor of his eye, for the stars trembled at the deity. She stirred not, breathed not, for a voice was there, how solemnly pervading the calm air, a sound of silence on the startled air, which dreamy poets name the music of the sphere. Ours is a world of words, quiet we call silence, which is the merest word of all. All nature speaks, and even ideal things flap shadowy sounds from visionary wings. But ah, not so when, thus in realms on high, the eternal voice of God is passing by, and the red winds are withering in the sky. What thou in words which sightless cycles run, linked to a little system and one sun, where all my love is folly, and the crowd still think my terrors but the thunder cloud, the storm, the earthquake, and the ocean wrath. Ah, will they cross me in angrier path? What thou in worlds which own a single sun, the sands of time grow dimmer as they run. Yet thine is my resplendency, so given to bear my secrets through the upper heaven. Leave Tantalus the crystal home and fly. With all thy train thou thwart the moony sky. Apart like fireflies in Sicilian night, and winged to other worlds another light. Divulge the secrets of thy embassy to the proud orbs that twinkled, and so be to every heart a barrier and a ban, lest the stars totter in guilt of man. Uprose the maiden in the yellow light, and single moon, I on earth we plight our faith to one love, and one moon adore. The birthplace of beauty had no more. As sprang that yellow star from downy hours, uprose the maiden from her shrine of flowers, and bent over streaming mountains and dim plain her way, but left not her Thracian reign. High on a mountain of enameled head, such as the drowsy shepherd at on his bed, of giant pasturage lying in his ease, raising his heavy eyelids, Starson sees, with many a muttered hope to be forgiven, what time the mood quadrated in heaven, of rosy head that towering far away into the sunlit ether caught the ray of sunken suns at eve, at noon of night, while the moon danced with the fairer stranger light. Upreared upon such height arose a pile of gorgeous columns on the unburthened air, flashing from Padian marble that twain smile far down upon the wave that sparkled there, and nursed the young mountain in its lair of molten stars, their pavement such as fall thrown there of an air, best varying the pall of their own dissolution while they die, adorning then the dwelling of the sky. A dome by linked light from heaven let down sat gently on these columns as a crown. A window of one circular diamond there looked out above into the purple air, and raised from God shot down that meteor chain, and hallowed all the beauty twice again, save when between the empyrean and that ring some eager spirit flapped his dusky wing. But on the pillars seraph eyes have seen the dims of the worlds, that grayish green that nature loves, the best beauty's grave lurked in each cornice round each architrave, and every sculptured cherub thereabout that from his marble dwelling peered out seemed earthly in the shadow of his niche, Archean statues in a world so rich, friezes from Tarmor and Persepolis from Baalbek, and the stilly clear abyss. O beautiful Gomorrah, oh, the wave is now upon thee, but too late to save. Sound loves to revel in a summer night, witness the murmur of the gray twilight that stole upon the ear in Iaraco of many a wild stargazer long ago, that stealeth ever on the ear of him who musing gazes on the distance dim, and sees the darkness coming as a cloud is not its form, its voice most palpable and loud. But what is this? It cometh, and it brings a music with it. 'Tis the rush of wings, a pause, and then a sweeping, feeling strained, and Nassaris in her halls again. From the wild energy of wanton haste, her cheeks were flushing and her lips apart, and zone that clung around her gentle waist had burst beneath the heaving of her heart. Within the center of that hall to breathe, she paused in painted something all beneath the very light that kissed her golden hair and longed to rest, yet could but sparkle there. Young flowers were whispering in melody to happy flowers that night, and tree to tree. Fountains were gushing music as they fell in many a starlit grove or moonlit dell. Yet silence came upon material things, fair flowers, bright waterfalls, and angel wings, and sound alone that from that spirit sprang bore burthen to the charm the maiden sang. Neath the blue bell or streamer or tufted wild spray that keeps from the dreamer the moonbeam away. Bright beings that ponder with half-closing eyes on the stars which your wonder hath drawn from the skies, till they glance through the shade and come down to your brow like eyes of the maiden who calls on you now. Arise from your dreaming in violet bowers to duty beseeming these star-litten hours, and shake from your tresses, encumbered with dew, the breath of those kisses that cumber them too. Oh, how without you, love, could angels be blessed? Those kisses of true love that lulled ye to rest. Upshake from your wing each hindering thing, the dew of the night, it would weigh down your flight, and the true love caresses leave them apart. They are all light on the tresses, but lead on the heart. Logelia, my beautiful one, whose harshest idea will to melody run. Oh, is it thy will on the brazos to toss, or capriciously still like the lone albatross, incumbent on night, is she on the air to keep watch with delight on the harmony there? Largia, wherever thy image may be, no magic shall ever thy music from thee. Thou hast bound many eyes in a dreamy sleep, but the strains still arise which the villagers keep. The sound of the rain which leaps down to the flower and dances again in the rhythm of the shower, the murmur that springs from the growing of the grass, are the music of the things but are modeled, alas. Away then, my dearest, oh hie thee away to the springs that lie clearest beneath the moon ray, to lone lake make that smiles in its dream of deep rest at the many star isles that enjewel its breast, where wild flowers creeping have mingled their shade. On its margin is sleeping full many a maid. Some have left the cool glade and have slept with the bee. Arouse them, my maiden, or moonland and lee. Go breathe on their slumber all softly, and ear thy musical number they slumbered to hear. For what can awaken an angel so soon, whose sleep hath been taken beneath the cold moon, as the spell which no slumber of witchery may test, the rhythmical number which lulled him to rest. Spirits send winged angels to the view, a thousand seraphs burst the empyrean through, young dreams still hovering on their drowsy flight, seraphs in all, but knowledge the keen light that fell refracted thro' thy bounds afar. O death from eye of God upon that star! Sweet was that error, sweet still that death, sweet was that error, even with us the breath of sciences dims the mirror of our joy. To them 'twere the Simeon that would destroy. For what to them availeth it to know that truth is falsehood, or that bliss is woe? Sweet was their death, with them to die was rife with the last ecstasy of satiate life. Beyond that death no immortality, but sleep that pondereth is not to be. And there, oh, may my weary spirit dwell, apart from heaven's eternity, and yet how far from hell! What guilty spirit in what shrubbery dim heard not the stirring summons of that hymn? But too they fell, for heaven no grace imparts to those who hear, not for their beating hearts. A maiden angel and her seraph lover aware, and ye may seek the white skies over. Was love the blind near sober duty known? Unguided love hath fallen mid tears of perfect moan. He was a goodly spirit, he who fell, a wanderer by mossy mantled well, a gazer on the lights that shine above, a dreamer in the moonbeam by his love. What wonder? For each star is eye like there, and looked so sweetly down on beauty's hair, and they in every mossy spring were wholly to his love-haunted heart and melancholy. The knight had found to him a night of woe upon a mountain crag, young Angelo, beetling and bends athwart the solemn sky, and scowls on the starry worlds that down beneath it lie. Here sat he with his love, his dark eye bent, with eagle gaze along the firmament. Now turned it upon her, but ever then it trembled to the orb of earth again. Ianthe dares see how many dim that ray. How lovely 'tis to look so far away. She seemed not thus upon that autumn. I left her gorgeous halls, nor mourned to leave. That ever that eve I should remember well, the sun ray dropped in Lemnos with a spell on the ordered arabesque carving of a gilded wall, wherein I sat, and on the drapered wall, and on my eyelids, oh the heavy light, how drowsily it weighed them into night. On flowers before and midst in love they ran, with Persian Sardi in his Kulistan. But oh, that light I slumbered death the while stole over my senses that lovely isle, so swiftly that no single silken hair awoke that slept, or knew that he was there. The sun-lost spot of earth's orb I trod upon was a proud temple called the Parthenon. More beauty clung around her columned wall than even thy glowing bosom beats withal. And when old time my wing did disenthrall, then sprang I as the eagle from his tower, and years I left behind me in an hour. What time upon her airy bounds I hung, one half the garden of her globe was flung, unrolling as a chart unto my view, tenantless cities of the desert too. Beyond their beauty crowded on me then, and I half wished to be again of men. My Angelo, and why of them to be a brighter dwelling place is here for thee, and greener fields than in yon world above, and woman's loveliness and passionate love. But list the Anthe, when the air so soft failed as my pen and spirit leapt aloft. Perhaps my brain grew dizzy from the world I left so late I was into chaos hurled, sprang from her station on the winds apart, and rolled a flame of fiery heaven athwart. Methought, my sweet one, then I ceased to soar, and fell not swiftly as I rose before, but with a downward tremulous motion throw light brazen raised this golden star unto, nor long the measure of my falling hours, for nearest of all the stars was thine to ours. Dread star that came amid a night of mirth, a red Dedalian on the timid earth. We came out to thy earth, but not to us. Be given our Lady's bidding to discuss. We came, my love, around, above, below, happy firefly of the night we come and go, nor ask or reason save the angel nod she grants to us as granted by her God. But Angelo, then thine grey time unfurled, never his fairy wing over fairier world. Dim was its little disk, and angel eyes alone could see the phantom in the skies. When first Al-Araf knew her course to be headlong thorthward over the starry sea, but when its glory swelled upon the sky, its glowing beauties just beneath man's eye, we paused beneath the heritage of men, and thy star trembled as doth beauty then. Thus in the discourse the lovers rode away, the night that waned and brought no day. They fell, for heaven to them no hope imparts, who hear not for the beating of their hearts. And if you came in late, and if you did not know, that was some work by Edgar Allan Poe. I mean, dude talks about the firmament. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a good day. I tell you what, it is fun reading. It is fun reading. And when I say that, I mean like my mind, my mind and my senses. What I do to read is an orator. That's what I learned of the past. I guess I never verbally might have said it, but I've certainly been living it and searching it. Like, and is so much a part of the shamanic or the spiritual path of life. And in being an orator, we read in some books that those orators of the old, the Greek, and times before them, these orators were the wise men, the wise people. And they were able to pass on these stories before there was a written language. They were able to remember these things. Isn't that amazing? The power of our memory. Anyways, when I get into reading, I get into that orator, uh, into that. I read it originally as an orator, and it was like the speaker. They're the bards, you know. And if the bards are playing, the muses, well, they can certainly dispense knowledge and wisdom and beautiful words. What a wonderful world to connect with. I love you, my friend, fellow. I do. That's why I'm here. Alone, 1830, Edgar Allan Poe. From childhood's hour I have not been as others were, I have not seen as others saw. I could not bring my passions from a common spring, from the same source I have not taken my sorrow. I could not awaken my heart to joy at the same tone, and all I loved alone. Then in my childhood, in the dawn of a most stormy life, was drawn from every depth of good and ill the mystery which binds me still, from the torrent or the fountain, from the red cliff to the mountain, from the sun that round me rolled in its autumn tint of gold, from the lightning in the sky as it passed me flying by, from the thunder and the storm and the cloud that took the form when the rest of heaven was blue, of a demon in my view. An enigma, 1848. Seldom we find, says Solomon Don Dunce, half an idea in the profoundest sonnet. Through all the flimsy things we see at once as easily as through a Naples bonnet. Trash of all trash, how can a lady don it? Yet heavier far than your Petrarchan stuff, owl downy nonsense that faintest puff twirls into trunk paper that while you con it, and invertibly soul is right enough. The general Tuckermenides are errant bubbles, ephemeral and so transparent, but this is now, you may depend upon it, stable, opaque, immortal, all by dint of the dear names that he conceal within it. Annabel Lee. It was many and many a year ago, in a kingdom by the sea, that a maiden here lived from whom you may know by the name of Annabel Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago in this kingdom by the sea a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know, in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cold by night, chilling and killing my Annabel Lee. But our love it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we, and neither the angels in heaven above nor the demons down under the sea can never dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabel Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabel Lee, and the stars never rise but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabel Lee. And so the night tide I lie down by the side of my darling, my wife and my bride, in the sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea. It's interesting. This dude, Edgar Allan Poe. I'll be honest. If I did research and studies on them in the past, I don't remember it. I don't. I've been. If I did as a kid in school or something, I'm sure I did. I'm positive I did. But from certain words that he is utilizing, this individual, he's a bro, man. Like he knows some secrets. This dude, this dude found some secrets. That's real. You know, for Edgar Allan Poe. See, in order to utilize certain expressions, certain words, certain understandings, like not just for a video, not just to sell it, but just in talking and being who you are, it conveys number one that you had to go through something traumatic. You had to go through something major, like your life was shattered, and you that happened. You had to go on a journey of searching because you could learn all the information. You could be like, yo, I want to be a shaman. I want to learn all this stuff. But you got no broken bones of your own past. And I don't mean physical broken bones, I mean emotionally broken bones that don't let you walk in life, that don't let you walk confidently in who you are and what you want to be. Screw what other people think. That's what they think. They want to judge me for being a child and finding some type of happiness in a world of chaos with a dead mother, a father who ousted me, and dead daughters. Are you kidding me? The trauma and how you overcome it is is the understanding that you're going to live with this pain every day of your life. Now this pain is energy, and through a heart of pure love and innocence, that pain is transmuted by the alchemist at every moment of their waking and sleeping life to be pure love. And so there is an endless supply of energy to draw from. I'm not stealing anybody's energy. I am not taking from the gods. I'm not stealing from the giants. I am utilizing my own pain through transmutation, transformation, and alchemical process only attributed to the tree of life, which is you. Because on this device and everywhere outside of you, you can find knowledge and information. But where is the mind and the heart and the soul that unifies that information and says, this is how I use it to help? This is how I use it to protect. This is how I use it to provide. That is the philosopher's stone. That is an individual quality that you wind up possessing because you create it within yourself by being okay to accept all of the experiences that ultimately have left you without a companion, without a friend, without a mom, without a dad, without a child. And the only ones that we can truly help today is the living. For if we remain dead with broken, shattered emotional bones, then the world continues as it was. But I see a band of healers. I see I see an assembly of nurses going into the world, mothers and fathers, not just caretakers, but soul healers going out into the world with their physical bodies or just their spirits and healing those who have been hiding. They hid because they didn't want to get hurt anymore. They were already in agony from some broken bones, man. Nobody needed them poking at them. They needed somebody coming in and helping, bringing some food, bringing some bandages. How does those bandages look? How does that food look? Maybe it's a drink with a buddy. Maybe it's a smoke and a toke with them. Maybe it's a chat. Maybe it's a drive. Maybe it seems so significant to you, but to them, it changed the world. I love you, my brothers and my sisters, my friend fellows. Some people stay a little distant from family. They're like, I had problems with family before. We could stay friend fellow. No worries there. All right. The next one, Beren, I want to say Berenice, 1835. Desembarque mihi soldares si sepulchrum amicare visitarum curas meas aliquantulum fore levartes. Eben zari misery is manifold, the richness of earth is multiform. Overreaching the wide horizon as the rainbow, its hues are as various as the hues of that arch, as distinct too, yet as intimately blended. Overreaching the wide horizon as the rainbow. How is it that from beauty I have derived a type of unloveliness, from the covenant of peace a simile of sorrow? But as in ethics, evil as a consequence of good, so in fact out of joy is sorrow born. Either the memory of past blisses the anguish of today, or the agonies which are have their origin in the ecstasies which might have been. My baptismal name is Aragaius. That of my family I will not mention. Yet there are no towers in the land more time honored than my gloomy gray hereditary halls. Our line has been called a race of visionaries, and in many striking particulars, in the characters of the family mansion, in the frescoes of the chief saloon, in the tapestries of the dormitories, in the chiselings of some buttresses in the armory, but more especially in the gallery of antique paintings, in the fashion of the library chamber, and lastly, in the very peculiar nature of the library's contents, there is more than sufficient evidence to warrant the belief. The recollections of my earliest years are connected with that chamber and with its volumes, of which latter I say no more. Here died my mother, herein I was born, but it is mere idleness to say that I had not lived before, that the soul has no previous existence. You deny it? Let us not argue the matter. Convinced myself, I seek not to convince. There is, however, a remembrance of aerial forms, of spiritual and meaning eyes, of sounds, musical yet sad, a remembrance which will not be excluded, a memory like shadow, vague, variable, indefinite, unsteady, and like a shadow, too, in the impossibility of my getting rid of it. While the sunlight of my reason shall exist, in the chamber was I born, thus awakening from the long night of what seemed, but what was not, non-entity, at once into the very regions of fairyland, into a palace of imagination, into the wild dominions of monastic thought and erudition. It is not singular that I gazed around me with a startled and ardent eye, that I loitered away my boyhood in books, and dissipated my youth in revelry. But it is singular that as years rolled away, and the noon of manhood found me still in the mansion of my fathers, it is wonderful what stagnation there fell upon the springs of my life. Wonderful how total inversion took place in the character of my commonest thought. The realities of the world affected me as visions, and as visions only. Only while the wild ideas of the land of dreams became in turn not the material of my everyday existence, but in very deed that existence utterly and solely of itself. Berenice and I were cousins, and we grew up together in my paternal halls, yet differently we grew. I ill of health, and buried in gloom; she agile, graceful, and overflowing with energy; hers the ramble on the hillside, mine the studies of the cloister. I live within my own heart, and addicted to body and soul to the most intense and painful meditation. She roaming carelessly through life with no thought of the shadows in her path, or the silent flight of the raven-winged hours. Bernice! I call upon her name. Bernice! And from the gray ruins of memory a thousand tumultuous recollections are startled at the sound. Ah, vividly is her image before me now, as in the early days of her light-heartedness and joy. Oh, gorgeous yet fantastic beauty! Oh, sylph amid the shrubberies of Arnheim! Oh, night among its fountains, and then all is mystery and terror, and a tale which should not be told. Disease, a fatal disease, fell like a certain morn upon her frame, and even while I gazed upon her, the spirit of change swept over her, pervading her mind, her habits, and her character, in a manner the most subtle and terrible, disturbing even the identity of her person. Alas, the destroyer came and went, and the victim, where was she? I knew her not, or knew her no longer as Bernice. Among the numerous train of maladies superinduced by that fatal and primary one, which effected a revolution of so horrible a kind in the moral and physical being of my cousin, may be mentioned as the most distressing and obstinate in its nature, a species of epilepsy not unfrequently terminating in trance itself, trance very nearly resembling positive dissolution, and from which her manner of recovery was in most instances startlingly abrupt. In the meantime, my own disease, for I have been told that I should call it by no other application, my own disease then grew rapidly upon me, and assumed finally a monomaniac character of a novel and extraordinary form, hourly and momently gaining vigor, and at length obtaining over me the most incomprehensible ascendancy. This monomania, if I must so term it, consisted in a morbid irritability of those properties of the mind in a metaphysical science termed the attentive. It is more than probable that I am not understood, but I fear indeed that it is no manner possible to convey to the mind of merely general reader an adequate idea of that nervous intensity of interest with which, in my case, the powers of meditation, not to speak technically, busied and buried themselves in the contemplation of even the most ordinary objects of the universe. To muse for long unwearied hours, with my attention riveted to some frivolous device on the margin or in the topography of a book, to become absorbed for the better part of a summer's day in a quaint shadow falling aslant upon the tapestry or upon the door, to lose myself for an entire night in watching the steady flame of a lamp or the embers of a fire, to dream away whole days over the perfume of a flower, to repeat monotonously some common word, until the sound, by dint of frequent repetition, ceased to convey any idea whatever to the mind, to lose all sense of motion, to physical existence, by means of absolute bodily acquiescence, long and obstinately persevered in. Such were a few of the most common and least pernicious vagaries induced by a condition of the mental faculties, not indeed altogether unparalleled, but certainly bidding defiance to anything like analysis or explanation. Yet let me not be misapprehended. The undue earnest and morbid attention thus excited by objects in their own nature frivolous must not be confounded in character with that rudimentary propensity common to all mankind, and more especially indulged in by persons of ardent imagination. It was not even, as might be at first supposed, an extreme condition of exaggeration of such propensity, but primarily and essentially distinct and different. In the one instance, the dreamer or enthusiast, being interested by an object usually not frivolous, imperceptibly loses sight of this object in a wilderness of deductions and suggestions issuing therefrom, until at the conclusion of a daydream, often replete with luxury, he finds the insentimentum or first cause of his musings entirely vanished and forgotten. In my case, the primary object was invariably frivolous, although assuming, though the medium of my distempered vision, a refracted and unreal importance. Few deductions, if any, were made, and those few pretentiously returning in upon the original object as a center. The meditations were never pleasurable, and at the termination of the reverie, far from being out of sight, had attained that supernaturally exaggerated interest which was the prevailing feature of the disease. In a word, the powers of mind more particularly exercised were with me, as I have said before, the attentive, and are with the daydreamer the speculative. My books at this epoch, if they did not actually serve to irritate the disorder, partook, it will be perceived, largely in their imaginative and inconsequential nature of the characteristic qualities of the disorder itself. I well remember, among others, the treatise of the noble Italian Collier Secundus Curio de Amplitude Verti Regne Deri, St. Austin's great work, The City of God, and Tertullian de Carne Christi, in which the paradoxal sentence, mortus est der filius, credible est quia ineptum est receptulus resurrexti sortum est quia impossibile est, occupied my undivided time for many weeks of laborious and fruitless investigation. Thus it will appear that, shaken from its balance only by trivial things, my reason bore resemblance to that ocean crag spoken by Ptolemy Hephaestion, which, steadily resisting the attacks of human violence and the fiercer fury of the waters and the winds, trembled only to the touch of the flower called asphodel. And although to a careless thinker it might appear a matter beyond doubt that the alteration produced by her unhappy malady in the moral condition of Berenice would afford me many objects for that exercise of the intense and abnormal meditation whose nature I have been at some trouble in explaining, yet such was not in any degree the case. In the lucid intervals of my infirmity, her calamity indeed gave me pain and take deeply to heart that total wreck of her fair and gentle life. I did not fall to ponder frequently and bitterly upon the wonder-working means by which the strange as a revolution had been so suddenly brought to pass. But these reflections partook not of the idiosyncrasy of my disease, but were such as would have occurred under similar circumstances to the ordinary mass of mankind. True to its own character, my disorder reveled in the less important but more startling changes wrought in the physical frame of Bernice, in the singular and most appalling distortion of her personal identity. During the brightest days of her unparalleled beauty, most surely I had never loved her. In the strange anomaly of my existence, feelings with me had never been of the heart, and my passions always were of the mind. Through the gray of the early morning, among the trellised shadows of the forest at noonday, and in the silence of my library at night, she had flitted by my eyes, and I had seen her, not as the living and breathing Bernice, but as the Bernice of a dream, not as a being of the earthy, but as the abstraction of such a being, not as a thing to admire, but to analyze, not as an object of love, but as the theme of the most abstruse, although delusionary speculation. And now I shuddered in her presence, and I grew pale at her approach, yet bitterly lamenting her fallen and desolate condition. I called to mind that she had loved me long before, and in an evil moment I spoke to her of marriage. And at length the period of our nuptials was approaching, when upon an afternoon in the winter of the year, one of those unreasonably warm, calm, and misty days which are the nurse of the beautiful Hicon, I sat as I thought, alone in the inner apartment of the library, but uplifting my eyes I saw that Bernice stood before me. For as Jove during the winter season gives twice 7 days of warmth, men have called this clement and temperate time the nurse of the beautiful Halcyon. Simorneartes. Was it at my own excited imagination, or the misty influence of the atmosphere, or the uncertain twilight of the chamber, or the gray draperies which fell around her figure, that caused in it so vacillating and indistinct an outline? I could not tell. She spoke no word. I, not for words, could have uttered a syllable. An icy chill ran through my frame. A sense of insufferable anxiety oppressed me. A consuming curiosity pervaded my soul, and sinking back upon the chair, I remained for some time breathless and motionless, with my eyes riveted upon her person. Alas, its emaciation was excessive, and not one vestige of the former being lurked in any single line of the contour. My burning glances at length fell upon the face. The forehead was high and very pale and singularly placid, and the one jetty hair fell partially over it, and overshadowed the hollow temples with innumerable ringlets, now of a vivid yellow, and jarring discordantly in their fantastic character with the reigning melancholy of the countenance. The eyes were lifeless and lustreless, and seemingly pupilless, and I shrank involuntarily from their glassy stare to the contemplation of the thin and shrunken lips. They parted, and in a semblant of peculiar meaning, the teeth of the changed Berenice disclosed upon themselves slowly to my view. Would to God that I had never beheld them, or that, having done so, I had died. The shutting of a door disturbed me, and looking up, I found my cousin had departed from the chamber, but from the disordered chamber of my brain had not, alas, departed, and would not be driven away, the white and ghastly spectrum of the teeth, not a speck on their surface, not a shade on their enamel, not an indenture in their edges, but what that period of her smile had sufficed to brand in upon my memory. I saw them now even more unequivocally than I beheld them. The teeth, they were here and there and everywhere, and visibly and palpably before me, long, narrow, and excessively white, with the pale lips writhing about them, as in the very moment of their first terrible development. Then came the full fury of monomania, and I struggled in vain against its strange and irresistible influence. In the multiplied objects of the external world I had no thoughts but for teeth, but these I longed with a frenzied desire. All other matters and all the different interests became absorbed in their single contemplation. They alone were present to the mental eye, and they, in their sole individuality, became the essence of my mental life. I held them in every light. I turned them in every attitude. I surveyed their characteristics. I dwelt upon their peculiarities. I pondered upon their conformation. I mused upon the alteration in their nature. I shuddered as I assigned to them an imagination, a sensitive and sentient power, and even when unassisted by the lips, a capability of moral expression of Marcel Sale. It has been well said, Quarators ses pos ater de sentiments, and of Bernice I more seriously believed, quos turces dinst ertaint des erdes. Ah, here was the idiotic thought that destroyed me, des erdes. Ah, therefore it was that I coveted them so madly. I felt that their possession could alone ever restore me to peace, and give me back to reason. And the evening closed in upon me thus, and then the darkness came and tarried and went, and the day again dawned, and the mists of a second night were now gathering around, and still I sat motionless in the solitary room, and still I sat buried in meditation, and still the phantasma of the teeth maintained its terrible ascendancy, as with the most vivid, hideous distinctness it floated about amid the changing lights and shadows of the chamber. At length there broke in upon my dreams a cry as of horror and dismay, and thereunto, after a pause, succeeded in sound of troubled voices, intermingled with many low moanings of sorrow or of pain. I arose from my seat, and throwing open one of the doors of the library, saw standing out in the antechamber a servant maid and all in tears, who told me that Bernice was no more. She had been seized with epilepsy in the early morning, and now, at the closing of the night, the grave was ready for its tenant, and all the preparations for the burial were completed. I found myself sitting at the library, and again sitting there alone. It seemed that I had newly awakened from a confused and exciting dream. I knew that it was now midnight, and I was well aware that since the setting of the sun Bernice had been interred, but of the dreary period which intervened I had no positive, at least no definite comprehension, yet its memory was replete with horror, horror more horrible from being vague, and terror more terrible from ambiguity. It was a fearful page in the record of my existence, written all over with dim and hideous and unintelligible recollections. I strive to decipher them, but in vain, while ever and anon, like the spirit of a departed sound, the shrill and piercing shriek of a female voice seemed to be ringing in my ears. I had done a deed. What was it? I asked myself the question aloud, and whispering echoes of the chamber answered me. What was it? On the table beside me burned a lamp, and near it lay a little box. It was of no remarkable character, and I had seen it frequently before, for it was the property of the family physician. But how came it there upon my table, and why did I shudder in regarding it? These things were no matter to be accounted for, and my eyes at length dropped to the open pages of the book, and to a sentence underscored therein. The words were the singular but simple ones of the poet Eben Zait de servant mihi sortare si sepulchrum amicar vispitarem curas meas ale carturbum fore levartas. Why then, as I pursued them, did the hairs of my head erect themselves on end, and the blood of my body become congealed within my veins? There came a light tap at the library door, and pale as the tenant of a tomb, a menial entered upon tiptoe. His looks were wild with terror, and he spoke to me with a voice tremulous, husky, and very low. What said he? Some broken sentences I heard. He told of a wild cry disturbing the silence of the night, of the gathering together of the household, of a search in the direction of the sound. And then his tones grew thrillingly distinct as he whispered me of a violated grave, of a disfigured body enshrouded yet still breathing, still palpitating, still alive. He pointed to garments. They were muddy and clotted with gore. I spoke not, and he took me gently by the hand. It was indented with the impress of human nails. He directed my attention to some object against the wall. I looked at it for some minutes. It was a spade. With a shriek, I bounded to the table and grasped the box that lay upon it. But I could not force it open, and my tremor, it slipped from my hands and fell heavily and burst into pieces. And from it, with a rattling sound, there rolled out some instruments of dental surgery, intermingled with 32 small white and ivory looking substances that were scattered to and fro about the floor. All right, the first part of this is like obviously, pretty sure that's Latin, if I'm not wrong. Maybe French. No, it's French. It's French. Looks, yeah, yeah, that's French. And then the second part like explains it all out in detail. So I'm gonna go. It's not too long. Let's see how my French is. At least reading it, I can hear stuff, and I can repeat it good. Anyways, this one was written in 1850 by Edgar Allan Poe. Bonbon. Quando un bon vin mobile mon estor marc, Jesus pro servan que barzak, pro sage que pibroc mon brasul fosant la tarco de la nation coserec, la metroid orsarc de charon hier pesoris le loc endormant dan san bord, Joris or fior sans que mon cure fitir nectar primer dur tarbac. I see I got like an 80% on that. I didn't completely do horrible, but some words I did not pronounce correctly. Voluve. All right. that Pierce Bonbon was a restaurateur of uncommon qualifications. The cul-de-sac Le Favre et Rhône will, I imagine, feel himself at liberty to dispute that Pierre Bon. Hold on. We're gonna jump right back to that, but just to chat for a moment. There we go. There we go. Nice. Is that? Oh, that's there we go. That Petty Bonbon was in an equal degree skilled in the philosophy of that period is, I presume, still more especially undeniable. His pates a la foy were beyond doubt immaculate. But what pen can do justice to his essay sur la nature, his thoughts sur la mer, his observations sur esprit, if his omelettes, is his fricandors were inestimable, inestimable. Nice word. What literature of the day would not have given twice as much for an Herder de Bourbon as for all the trash of Ardis of all the rest of the savants? Bonbon had ransacked libraries which no other man had ransacked, and more than any other would have entertained a notion of reading, had understood more than any other would have conceived the possibility of understanding. And although while he flourished there were not wanting some authors at Rome to assort that his dicta et vis neither the purity of the academy nor the depth of the lyceum, although, mark me, his doctrines were by no means very generally comprehended, still it did not follow that they were difficult to comprehension. It was, I think, on account of their self evidency that many persons were led to consider them abstruse. It is to Bonbon, but let this go on farther. It is to Bonbon that Kant himself is mainly indebted to his metaphysics. The former was indeed not a Platonist, nor strictly speaking an Aristotelian, nor did he, like the modern day Leibniz, waste those precarious hours which might be employed in the invention of a fracas or facile gradu, the analysis of a sensation, in frivolous attempts at reckoning the obstinate oils and waters of ethical discussion. Not at all. Bonbon was ionic. Bonbon was equally italic. He reasoned a he reasoned a priori. He reasoned also a posteriori. His ideas were innate or otherwise. He believed in George Trebsorde. He believed in Bossarian. Bonbon was emphatically a Bourbonist. I have spoken of the philosopher in his capacity of restaurateur. I would not, however, have any friend of mine imagine that in fulfilling his hereditary duties in that line, our hero wanted a proper estimation of their dignity and importance. Far from it. It was impossible to say in which branch of his profession he took the greater pride. In his opinion, the powers of the intellectual held intimate connection with the capabilities of the stomach. I am not sure, indeed, that he greatly disagreed with the Chinese, who held that the soul lies in the abdomen. The Greeks, at all events, were right, he thought, who employed the same words for the mind and the diaphragm. By this I do not mean to insinuate a charge of gluttony or indeed any other serious charge to the prejudice of the metaphysician. If Pierre Bourbon had his failings, and what great man is not a thousand, if Pierre Bourbon, I say, had his failings, they were failings of very little importance. Faults, indeed, which in other tempers have often been looked upon rather in the light of virtues, as regards one of these foils, I should have not even mentioned in this history, but for the remarkable prominency, the extreme autorealismo in which it jutted out from the plane of his general deposition, he could never let slip an opportunity of making a bargain. Not that he was avaricious, no, it was by no means necessary to the satisfaction of the philosopher that the bargain should be to his own proper advantage, provided a trade could be effected, a trade of any kind, upon any terms, or under any circumstances. A triumphant smile was seen for many days, therefore, to enlighten his countenance, and a knowing wink of the eye to give evidence of his sagacity. At any epoch, it would not be very wonderful if a humor so peculiar as the one I have just mentioned should elicit attention and remark. At the epoch of our narrative, had this peculiarity not attracted observation, there would have been room for wonder indeed. It was soon reported that upon all occasions of this kind the smile of Bonbon was wont to differ widely from the downright grin with which he would laugh at his own jokes or welcome an acquaintance. Hints were thrown out of an exciting nature. Stories were told of perilous bargains made in a hurry and repented of at leisure. At instances of adduced and unaccountable capacities, vague longings, and unnatural inclinations implanted by the author of all evil for wise purposes of his own. The philosopher had other weaknesses, but they are scarcely worthier of our serious examination. For example, there are few men of extraordinary profundity who are found wanting in an inclination for the bottom. Whether this inclination be an exciting cause, or rather a valid proof of such profundity, it is a nice thing to say. Bonbon, as far as I can learn, did not think the subject adapted to minute investigation, nor do I yet, in the indulgence of a propensity so truly classical, it is not to be supposed that the restaurateur would lose sight of that intuitive discrimination which was wont to characterize at one and the same time his essays and his omelettes. In his seclusions de Verne Borgerne, it had its allotted hour, and there were appropriate moments for the Cortes d'Aron. With him, Sauterne was to Murdoch what Catullus was to Homer. He would sport with the syllogism in sipping St. Perry, but unravel an argument over Clos de Bourgogne, and upset a theory in a torrent of Chambertin. Well had it been if the same quick sense of propriety had attended him in the peddling propensity to which I have formerly alluded, but this was by no means the case. Indeed, to say the truth, that trait of mind in the philosophic Bonbon did begin at length to assume a character of strange intensity and mysticism, and appeared deeply tinctured with the diable of his favorite German studies. To enter the little cafe in the Cour des Cercles Fabre was at the period of our table to enter the sanctum of a man of genius. Bonbon was a man of genius. There was not a sorceleur in Rouen who could not have told you that Bonbon was a man of genius. His very cat knew it, and forbore to whisk her tail in the presence of a man of genius. His large water dog was acquainted with the fact that, and upon the approach of his master, betrayed his sense of inferiority by a sanctity of deportment a debasement of the ears and a dropping of the lower jaw, not altogether unworthy of a dog. It is, however, true that much of this habitual respect might have been attributed to the personal appearance of the metaphysician. A distinguished exterior will, I am constrained to say, have its way even with a beast, and I am willing to allow much in the outward man of the restaurateur calculated to impress the imagination of the quadruped. There is a peculiar majesty about the atmosphere of the little grate, if I may be permitted so equivocal an expression, which mere physical bulk alone will be found at all times in, inefficient in creating. If, however, Bonbon was barely 3 feet in height, and if his head was diminutively small, still it was impossible to behold the rotundity of his stomach without a sense of magnificence nearly bordering upon sublime. In its size, both dogs and men must have seen a type of his acquirements, in its immensity a fitting habituation for his immortal soul. I might here, if it so pleased me, dilate upon the matter of habiliment, the other mere circumstances of the external metaphysician. I might hint that the hair of our hero was worn short, combed smoothly over his forehead, and surmounted by a conical shaped white flannel cap and tassels, that his plea green jerkin was not after the fashion of those worn by the common class of rentretres at that day, that the sleeves were something fuller than the reigning costume permitted, that the cuffs were turned up, not as usual in the barbarous period, with cloth of the same quality and color as the garment, but faced in a more fanciful manner with the colored velvet of Genoa, that his slippers were of a bright purple, curiously filigreed, and might have been manufactured in Japan, but for the exquisite pointing of the toes and the brilliant tints of the binding and embroidery, that his breeches were of the yellow satin-like material called amable, that his sky blue cloak resembling in form of dressing wrapper, and richly bestudded all over with crimson devices, floated cavalierly upon his shoulders like a mist of the morning, and that his tout and ensemble gave rise to the remarkable words of Benevenuta, the improvisatrice of Florence, that it was difficult to say whether Pierre Bourbon was indeed a bird of paradise, or rather a very paradise of perfection. I might say, expatiate upon all these points if I pleased, but I forbear. Merely personal details may be left to historical novelists. They are beneath the moral dignity of matter of fact. I have said that to enter the cafe in the Cour des Sacres Fabrés was to enter the sanctum of a man of genius. But when it was only the man of genius who could duly estimate the merits of the sanctum, a sign consisting of a vast folio swung before the entrance on one side of the volume was painted a bottle, on the reverse a pate, on the back were visible in large letters, Ovures der Bonbon. Thus was delicately shadowed forth the twofold occupation of the prop- proprietor, Puritor. Upon stepping over the threshold, the whole interior of the building presented itself to view. A long, low-pitched room of antique construction was indeed all the accommodation afforded by the cafe. In a corner of the apartment stood the bed of the metaphysician, an army of curtains, together with a canopy a la Grasque, gave it an air at once classic and comfortable. In the in the corner, diagonally opposite, appeared in direct family communion the properties of the kitchen and the bibliothèque. A dish of polimix stood peacefully upon the dresser. Here lay an oven full of the lightest ethics, there a kettle of Durissermo Melanges. Volumes of German morality were hand and glove with the Guardian. A toasting fork might be discovered by the side of Eusebius. Plato reclined at his ease in the frying pan, and Contemporary manuscripts were filed away upon the spit. In other respects, the Café des Bonbons might be said to differ little from the usual restaurants of the period. A fireplace yawned opposite the door. On the right of the fireplace, an open cupboard displayed a formidable array of labeled bottles. It was here about 12 o'clock one night during the severe winter. The comments of his neighbors upon his singular propensity that Pierre Bonbon, I say, having turned them all out of his house, locked the door upon them with an oath, and betook himself in no very pacific mood to the comforts of a leather bottomed armchair and a fire blazing it bundle. It was one of these terrific nights which are only met with once or twice during a century. It snowed fiercely, and the house tottered its center with the floods of wind that, rushing through the crannies in the wall and pouring impetuously down the chimney, shook awfully the curtains of the philosopher's bed and disorganized the economy of the plate, pans, and papers. The huge folio sign that swung without exposed to the fury of the tempest creaked ominously and gave out a moaning sound from its stanchions of solid oak. It was in no placid temper, I say, that the metaphysician drew up his chair to a customary station by the hearth. Many circumstances of perplexing nature had occurred during the day to disturb the serenity of his meditations. In attempting des ours à la princesse, he had unfortunately perpetuated omelette à la reine. The discovery of a principle in ethics had been frustrated by the overturning of a stew, and last, not least, he had been thwarted in one of those admirable bargains which he at all times took such a special delight in bringing to a successful termination. But in the chaffing of his mind at these unaccountable vicissitudes, there did not fail to be mingled some degree of that nervous anxiety which the fury of a boisterous night is so well calculated to produce. Whistling to his more immediate vicinity, the large black water dog we have spoken of before was setting himself uneasily in his chair. He could not help casting a wary and unquiet eye toward those distant recesses of the apartment whose inexorable shadows not even the red firelight itself could more than partly succeed in overcoming. Having completed a scrutiny of those exact purpose was perhaps unintelligible to himself. He drew close to his seat a small table covered with books and papers, and soon became absorbed in the task of retouching a voluminous manuscript intended for publication on the morrow. He had been thus occupied for some minutes when I am in no hurry, Monsieur Bonbon, suddenly whispered a whining voice in the apartment. The devil! Ejaculated our hero, starting to his feet, overturning the table at his side, and starting around him in astonishment. Very true, calmly replied the voice. Very true. What is very true? How came you here? Vociferated the metaphysician as his eye fell upon something which lay stretched at full length upon the bed. I was saying, said the intruder, without attending to the interrogatives, I was saying that I am not at all pushed for time, that the business upon which I took the liberty of calling is of no pressing importance. In short, that I call very well, wait until you have finished your exposition. My exposition? There now, how do you know? How came you to understand that I was writing an exposition? Good God! Hush, replied the figure in a shrill undertone, and arising quickly from the bed, he made a single step toward our hero, while an iron lamp that deepened over his head swung convulsively back from his approach. The philosopher's amazement did not prevent a narrow scrutiny of the stranger's dress and appearance. The outlines of his figure, exceedingly lean but much above the common height, were rendered minutely distinct by means of a faded suit of black cloth which fitted tight to the skin, but was otherwise cut very much in the style of a century ago. These garments had evidently been intended for much a shorter person than their present owner. His ankles and wrists were left naked for several inches. In his shoes, however, a pair of very brilliant buckles gave the lie to the extreme poverty implied by the other portions of his dress.
His head was bare and entirely bald, with the exception of a hinder part, from which depended a queue of considerable length. A pair of green spectacles with side glasses protected his eyes from the influence of the light, and at the same time prevented our hero from ascertaining either their color or their conformation. About the entire person there was no evidence of a shirt, but a white cravat of filthy appearance was tied up with extreme precision upon the throat, and the ends hanging down formidably side by side gave, although I dare say unintentionally, the idea of an ecclesiastic. Indeed, many other points, both in his appearance and demeanor, might have very well sustained a conception of that nature. Over his left ear he carried, after the fashion of a modern clerk, an instrument resembling the stylus of the ancients. In a breast pocket of his coat appeared conspicuously a small black volume fastened with clasps of steel. This book, whether accidentally or not, was so turned outwardly from the person as to discover the words Ritual Catholic in white letters upon the back. His entire physiognomy was interestingly saturnine, even candivaserly pale. The forehead was lofty and deeply furrowed with the ridges of contemplation. The corners of the mouth were drawn down into an expression of the most submissive humility. There was also a clasping of the hands as he stepped toward our hero, a deep sigh, and altogether a look of such utter sanctity as could not have failed to be unequivocally prepossessing. Every shadow of anger faded from the countenance of the metaphysician, as having completed a satisfactory survey of his visitor's person, he shook him cordially by the hand and conducted him to a seat. There would, however, be a radical error in attributing the instantaneous transition of feeling in the philosopher to any one of those causes which might naturally be supposed to have had an influence. Indeed, Pierre Bonbon, from what I have been able to understand of his disposition, was of all men at least likely to be opposed by any speciousness of exterior deportment. It was impossible that so accurate an observer of men and things should have failed to discover upon the moment the real character of the personage who had thus intruded upon his hospitality. To say no more, the conformation of his visitor's feet was sufficiently remarkable. He maintained lightly upon his head an inordinately tall hat, that there was a tremulous swelling about the hinder part of his breeches, and the vibration of his coat tail was a palpable fact. Judge, then, with what feelings of satisfaction our hero found himself thrown thus at once into the society of a person for whom he had at all times entertained the most unqualified respect. He was, however, too much of the diplomatist, so let us give him in any imitation of his suspicions in regard to the true state of affairs. It was not his cue to appear at all conscious of the high honor he thus unexpectedly enjoyed, but by leading his guest into the conversation to elicit some important ethical ideas which might, in obtaining a place in his contemplated publication, enlighten the human race and at the same time immortalize himself. Ideas which I should have added his visitor's great age and well known proficiency in the science of morals might very well have enabled him to afford. Actuated by these enlightened views, our hero bade the gentleman sit down, while he himself took occasion to throw some logs upon the fire, and he placed upon a now re-established table some bottles of Mosul. Having quickly completed these operations, he drew his chair vis-a-vis to his companions and waited until the latter should open the conversation. But plans even the most skillfully matured are often thwarted in the outset of their application, and the restaurateur found himself nonplussed by the very first words of his visitor's speech. "I see you know me, Bon Bon," said he. "Ha ha ha ha! He he he! Ho ho ho! Hoo 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 hoo!" And the devil dropping at once the sanctity of his demeanor opened to its fullest extent a mouth from ear to ear, so as to display a set of jagged and fang-like teeth, and throwing back his head, laughed long, loudly, wickedly, and uproariously, while the black dog, crouching down upon his haunches, joined lustily in the course, and the tabby cat, flying off at a tangent, stood up on end and shrieked in the farthest corner of the apartment. Not so the philosopher. He was too much a man of the world either to laugh like the dog or by shrieks to betray the adequate trepidation of the cat. It must be confessed he felt like astonishment to see the white letters which formed the words Ritual Catholic on the book in his guest's pocket, momently changing both their color and their import, and in a few seconds, in place of the original title, the words Registre des Cardanes blazed forth in characters of red. This startling circumstance, when Bonbon replied to his visitor's remark, imparted to his manner an air of embarrassment which probably might not otherwise have been observed. Why, sir, said the philosopher, why, sir, to speak sincerely, I imagine I have some very faint idea of the remarkable honor. Oh, yes, very well, interrupted his majesty. Say no more, I see how it is. And hereupon, taking off his green spectacles, he wiped the glasses carefully with the sleeve of his coat and deposited them in his pocket. If Bon Bon had been astonished at the incident of the book, his amazement was now much increased by the spectacle which here presented itself to view. In raising his eyes with a strong feeling of curiosity to ascertain the color of his guests, he found them by no means the darker shade, as he had anticipated, nor gray, as might have been imagined, nor yet hazel, nor blue, nor indeed yellow, nor red, nor purple, nor white, nor green, nor any other color in the heavens above, or in the earth beneath, or in the waters under the earth. In short, Pierre Bon Bon not only saw plainly that his majesty had no eyes whatsoever, but could discover no indications of their having existed at any previous period, for the space where eyes should naturally have been was, I am constrained to say, simply a dead level of flesh. It was not in the nature of the metaphysician to forbear making some inquiry into the sources of so strange a phenomenon, and the reply of his majesty was at once prompt, dignified, and satisfactory. Eyes, my dear Bon Bon, eyes. Did you say? Oh, I perceive. The ridiculous prints, which are in circulation, which given you a false idea of my personal appearance. Eyes, true. Eyes, Pierre Bon Bon, are very well in their proper place. They, you would say, is the head? Right, the head of a worm. To you, likewise, the optics are indispensable, yet I will convince you that my vision is more penetrating than your own. There is a cat I see in the corner, a pretty cat. Look at her, observe her well. Now, Bonbon, do you behold the thoughts? The thoughts, I say the ideas, the reflections, which are being engendered in their pericardinal? There is now. You do not. She is thinking we admire the length of her tail and the profundity of her mind. She has just concluded that I am the most distinguished of ecclesiastics, and that you are the most superficial of metaphysicians. Thus, you see, I am not altogether blind, but to one of my own profession. The eyes you speak of would be merely an encumbrance, liable to any time to be put out by a toasting iron or a pitchfork. To you I allow these optical affairs are indispensable. Endeavor, Bon Bon, to use them well. My vision is the soul. Hereupon the guest helped himself to the wine upon the table, and pouring out a bumper for Bon Bon, requested him to drink it without scruple, and make himself perfectly at home. A clever book, that of yours, Pierre, resumed his majesty, tapping our friend knowingly upon the shoulder as the latter put down his glass after a thorough compliance with his visitor's injunction. A clever book, that of yours, upon my honor. It's a work after my own heart. Your arrangement of the matter, I think, however, might be improved. And many of your notions remind me of Aristotle. That philosopher was one of my most intimate acquaintances. I liked him as much for his terrible ill temper as for his happy knack at making a blunder. There is only one solid truth in all that he has written, and for that I gave him the hint out of the pure compassion for his absurdity. I suppose, Pierre Bonbon, you very well know what that divine moral truth I am alluding to. I cannot say. Indeed, why, it was I who told Aristotle that by sneezing men expelled superfluous ideas through his procesis, which is hiccup. Undoubtedly the case, said the metaphysician, while he poured out for himself another bumper of Mossours, and offered his snuff box to the fingers of his visitor. There was Plato too, continued his Majesty, declining the snuff box and the compliment it implied. There was Plato too, for whom I at one time felt all the affection or of a friend. You knew Plato Bonbon. Ah, no, I beg a thousand pardons. He met me at Athens one day in the Parthenon, and told me he was distressed for an idea. I bade him write down that old Nurs Astin Orlos. He said that he would do so and went home, while I stepped over to the pyramids. But my conscience smote me for having uttered a truth, even to aid a friend, and hastening back to Athens, I arrived behind the philosopher's chair as he was indicting the Oros, giving the lambda a fillip with my finger. I turned it upside down, so the sentence now reads, Ornos estin argos, and is, you perceive, the fundamental doctrines in his metaphysics. Were you ever at Rome? Asked the restaurateur, as he himself his second bottle of Mosul, and drew him from the closet a larger supply of Chambertin. But once, Monsieur Bonbon, but once. There was a time, said the devil, as if reciting some passage from a book. There was a time when occurred an anarchy of 5 years, during which the Republic, bereft of all its officers, had no magistracy besides the tribunes of the people, and these were not legally vested with any degree of executive power at that time. Monsieur Bonbon, at that time only I was in Rome, and I have no earthly acquaintance, consequently, with any of its philosophy. Es, es, es écrivant sur la philosophie, mas certes la philosophie grasque conduxer. What do you think of hiccup, Epicurus? What do you think of whom? What do I think of whom? Said the devil in astonishment. You cannot surely mean to find any fault with Epicurus. What do you think of Epicurus? Do you mean, sir? I am Epicurus. I am the same philosopher who wrote each of the 300 treatises commemorated by Diognetus Laertes. That's a lie, said the metaphysician, for the wine had gotten a little into his head. Very well, sir, very well indeed, sir, said his majesty, apparently much flattered. That's a lie, repeated the restaurateur dogmatically. That's a hiccup, a lie. Well, well, have it your own way, said the devil, passively, and Bonbon, having beaten his majesty's argument, thought it his duty to conclude a second bottle of Chambertin. As I was saying, resumed the visitor, as I was observing a little while ago, there are some very autre notions in that book of yours, Monsieur Bonbon. Wait, for instance, do you mean by all that humbug about the soul? Pray, sir, what is the soul? The hiccup soul, replied the metaphysician, referring to his manuscript, is undoubtedly, no, sir, indubitably, no, sir, indisputably, no, sir, evidently, no, sir, incontrovertibly, no, sir, hiccup, no, sir, and beyond all questions, no, sir, a soul is no such thing. Here the philosopher, looking daggers, took occasion to make an end upon the spot of his third bottle of chambertin. Then hit up. Pray, sir, what is it? That is neither here nor there, Monsieur Bonbon, replied his Majesty musingly. I've tasted, that is to say, I have known some very bad souls, and some too pretty good ones. Here he smacked his lips, and having unconsciously let fall his hand upon the volume in his pocket, was seized with a violent fit of sneezing. He continued. There was the soul of Craturnus, possible, Aristophanes, Racy, Plato exquisite, not your Plato, but Plato the comic poet. Your Plato would have turned the stomach of Cerberus. Faugh! Then let me see, there were Narvius and Andronicus and Plautus and Tarentus, and then there was Luciolus and Catullus, and Narso and Quintus Flaccus, Derequenti, as I called him when he sung a secular for my amusement, while I toasted him in pure good humor on a fork. But they want flavor, these Romans. One fat Greek is worth a dozen of them, and besides will keep, which cannot be said of a querete. Let us taste your sauterverne. Bonbon had by this time made up his mind to nil admirari, and endeavored to hand down the bottles in question. He was, however, conscious of a strange sound in the room, like the wagging of a tail. Of this, although extremely indecent in his majesty, the philosopher took no notice, simply kicking the dog and requesting him to be quiet. The visitor continued. I found that Horace tasted very much like Aristotle. You know I am fond of variety. Terentius I could not have told from Menander. Naso, to my astonishment, was Niscander in disguise. Virgilius had a strong twang of Theocritus. Martial put me much in mind of Archelaus, and Titus Livius was positively Publius and none other. Ego, replied Bonbon, and his majesty proceeded. But if I have a penchant, Monsieur Bonbon, if I have a penchant, it is for a philosopher. Yet let me tell you, sir, it is not every it is not every gentleman who knows how to choose a philosopher. Long ones are not good, and the best, if not carefully shelled, are apt to be little rancid on account of the gall. Shelled? I mean taken out of the carcass. What do you think of a hiccup, physician? Don't mention them. Ah. Here his majesty retched violently. I never tasted but one. That rascal Hippocrates smelt of asphodel. Caught a wretched cold washing him in the sticks, and after all he gave me the cholera morbus, the hiccup bonbon, the hiccup absorption of a pill box, and the philosopher dropped a tear. After all, continued the visitor, after all, if a gentleman wishes to live, he must have more talents than one or two, and with us a fat face is an evidence of diplomacy. How so? Why, we are sometimes exceedingly pushed for provisions. You must know that in a climate of sultry as mine, it is frequently impossible to keep a spirit alive for more than 2 or 3 hours, and after death, unless picked immediately, and picked spirit is not good. They will smell, you understand? Putrefaction is always to be apprehended when the souls are consigned to us in the usual way. You go. Good God, how do you manage? Here the iron lamp commenced swinging with redoubled violence, and the devil half started from his seat. However, with a slight sigh, he recovered his composure, merely saying to our hero in a low tone, I tell you what, Pierre Bonbon, we must have no more swearing. The host swallowed another bumper, by way of denoting thorough comprehension and acquiescence, and the visitor continued. Why, there are several ways of managing, and most of us starve. Some put up with the pickle. For my part, I purchase my spirits vivente cupore, in which case I find they keep very well. But the body, ill? The body. The body, well, what of the body? Why, I perceive, why, sir, the body is not affected by the transaction. I have made innumerable purchases of the kind in my day, and the parties never experienced any inconvenience. There were Cain and Nimrod and Nero and Caligula and Dionysus and Pisistratus and on 1,000 others who never knew what it was to have a soul during the latter part of their lives. Yet, sir, these men adorn society. Why possession of his faculties, mental and corporeal? Who writes a keener epigram? Who reasons more wittingly? Who, but stay, I have his agreement in my pocketbook. Thus saying, he produced a red leather wallet and took from it a number of papers. Upon some of these, Bonbon caught a glimpse of the letters Marchi Mazaropse, with the words Caligula, George, and Elizabeth. His Majesty selected a narrow slip of parchment and from it read aloud the following words: in consideration of certain mental endowments which it is unnecessary to specify, and in further consideration of 1,000 louis d'or, I, being aged 1 year and 1 month, do hereby make over to the bearer of this agreement all my right, title, and appurtenance in the shadow called my soul. Signed, A. Here His Majesty repeated a name which I did not feel justified in indicating more unequivocally. Core oret? Core oret? Core oret? A clever fellow that, resumed he, but like you, Monsieur Bonbon, he was mistaken about the soul. The soul a shadow, truly, the soul a shadow. Ha ha ha, he he he, hoo hoo hoo. Only think of a fricassed shadow. Only think, Higo? Of a fricassed shadow, exclaimed our hero, whose faculties were becoming much illuminated by the profundity of his Majesty's discourse. Only think of a hiccup, fricassed shadow. Now, darn hiccup? Humph! If I would have been such a hiccup, and nincompoop, my soul, Mr. Humph. Your soul, Monsieur Bonbon. Yes, sir. Hiccup, my soul is what, sir? No shadow. Darn! Did you mean to say, yes, sir, my soul is the, humph, yes, sir. Did you not intend to assert my soul is hiccup, peculiarly qualified for hiccup? What, sir? Stew? Ha! Souffle. Fricasse. Indeed. Rego and fincando. And see here, my good fellow, I'll let you have it. Hiccup? A bargain. Here the philosopher slapped his Majesty upon the back. Couldn't think of such a thing, said the latter calmly. At the same time, rising from his seat, the metaphysician stared. Am supplied at present, said his Majesty. No, said the philosopher. Have no funds on hand. What? Besides, very unhandsome in me, sir, to take advantage of your presence disgusting and ungentlemanly situation. Here the visitor bowed and withdrew. In what manner could not precisely be ascertained, but in a well concerted effort to discharge a bottle at the villain. The slender chain was severed that depended from the ceiling, and the metaphysician prostrated by the downfall of the lamp. Edgar Allan Poe, man, what a dude. What a dude. What a philosopher, I like the words they're using, man. They kind of see beyond philosophy, which is
It's beautiful. They wind up having their distinctions, so forth and so on. The personally, just I love that kind of poetry. I love the way that it is, and what a beautiful aspect. I tell you what, the tongue. They say the tongue is so sharp it can cut to the heart. The tongue is so powerful that it can create such beautiful melody as well. It can get to the core of the heart and start start giving some heat, some fire, some life to the heart. What amazing compositions. Talk about it all the time. I live in a pretty awesome world these days. So if you can raise that vibration, get a high vibration through meditation or any other form. It's Edgar Allan Poe today. The next one that we are covering is Bridal Ballad. Bridal Ballad. Let's check this one out. The ring is on my hand, the wreath is on my brow. Satin and jewels grand are all at my command, and I am happy now. And my lord, he loves me well, but when he first breathed his vow, I felt my bosom swell, for the words rang as a knell, and the voice seemed his who fell in the battle down the dell, and who is happy now. But he spoke to reassure me, and he kissed my pallid brow, while a revelry came over me, and to the churchyard bore me, and I sighed to him before me, thinking him dead, Lorne. Oh, I am happy now. And thus the words were spoken, and this the plighted vow, and though my faith be broken, and though my heart be broken, here is a ring as a token that I am happy now. Would God I could awaken, for I dream I know not how, and my soul is sorely shaken, lest an evil step be taken, lest the dead who is forsaken may not be happy now. Ooh, criticism. That's the next one. What it's about criticism. Interesting. Let's get that. And if you are on TikTok, we are live on YouTube, youtube.com/Citra.
look, this is time travel. This is time travel. Like, we go to the past, we go to the future. You know, sometimes we got a printer, we could print out stuff. Sometimes we don't have a printer, so we just got to work on the fly and, not absorb so many trees being cut down, cut that back for a little bit. And yeah, use the tablet. It's kind of funny when we talk about a tablet, because when I think of the word tablet, I think of the old tablets, like the Emerald tablet, the Emerald tablet of Thoth. Whoa. And truly, this is something that I found a long time ago, and it was just a little bit of a perceptional view of a change of the reality that was already before me. That view was that the device, the internet, the access to get onto the internet, the wealth of knowledge and information that is there, we know that the Library of Alexandria, which is the most remarkable library of all time, was burned down. And yet, boom, this access portal, this internet ability allows us to read such an amount of books, such an amount of information, new information, old information. And thus it is as if that great library of Alexander, that endless amount of tablets of thought are contained and at your access to be able to jump into. You can look up information. I looked online this morning. I went and checked a couple of videos. I saw a comment. Somebody mentioned Edgar Allan Poe. And I said, let me go on right as I was on the live at the beginning, and I looked up Edgar Allan Poe free PDF. And I got a book completely free, completely online, available, and it's his complete works. What? Boom. Share it immediately. This is this is the update. Edgar Allan Poe, and divinely sharing his insight of the world with us, and how much this information does apply very much to our interactions with people, to understand our environment and what's really happening behind the scenes in that matrix, in that subcategory, in that subconscious aspect of life that people do not think about. And those are the that's where the mind that's where the mind is going to excel. Its awareness of that environment allows you to navigate it better. For if one was sent into a forest at a young age and they were taught nothing, most certainly adversity is going to befall them, likely to a horrible degree. Though if that child was taught how to kindle a fire, how to hunt, how to do things, plant food, whatever the case for survival, then their chances, that child, they ain't scared. They know the environment. They know someone's keeping an eye at them from afar. They know they're not truly alone. Well, they are going to go on a little adventure, and they are going to see what they can do because they know their environment. They've been there before, they're aware of it, they've opened up their eyes, and now they can navigate. That's what life is about, is being able to navigate the world of shadows. And believe it or not, we may walk into what we perceive as the daylight and able to physically perceive all that we do before us, though the shadow world is very present with the light. For people's intentions, people's motives, what someone is truly aiming at, or perhaps has no clue of what their aim is. So they just wither nilly go this way, and oh, that got my fancy, so I'm going to go that way. See, if you have a destination in life, even if your destination be the journey itself, which truly that is the reality of the adventure, is enjoying the journey itself. Though if you are headed in a particular direction in life and you come into contact, into entanglement, quantum, emotional connection, friendship with somebody who doesn't know what they want, well, then they're going to pull you off of your track. They're going to pull you off of your path, off of your of where you're heading. And when you get pulled off, that's going to make you unhappy. And in your heart of love, you're going to be like, I'm trying to help this person. I'm trying to do good for this person. I'm trying to bring this person up. But at that same token, it's like you hurt yourself because of the frustration. The frustration of you know that's not your path. And so as you're diverging off of your path, that frustration, that chaos of the ending of a good friendship on bad terms, man, we all know that kind of crap when it happens. That's what happens. That's why, for myself, if I happen to be in contact with somebody, let's just throw a situation where that's who's around me, and there's not really getting away. That's I'm gonna see them every day. Well, again, I'm gonna pay attention. I am gonna be nice. I'm gonna interact, but I'm gonna pay attention. I'm gonna pay attention, and when I interact, I know. I already see that they're kind of don't have any particular direction. They're just drifting through. So when I do interact, I'm on my course. And if they want to follow behind or with, that's fine. They can. I'm not saying no. But I'm not exactly trying to recruit them. I'm not exactly trying to bring them along with me either. I understand that they might find an interest for a moment that what I have to say, share, or whatever the case may be beneficial to them. That might be what they're guided towards in the moment, but they're still looking for what they want to be directed towards. So while I continually walk my path forward each and every day through that interaction, by proxy, that person learns. And as long as I don't get too close, then I never have to worry about ripping a band aid off. People develop attachment, and then when somebody wants to go their own way, not for any ill of this person, just wants to go their own way, this person, because the attachment is breaking and they don't want it to happen, are going to get angry and they're going to attack. The friend, the ally, now became officially an enemy of this person because of attachment. And so it's important to learn through many aspects of life when things are removed from our life in one way or another. A lot of people struggle. No, I gotta have this. No, you gotta give me that. No, I gotta get this back. Whatever the case, they fight for it. And in that moment, the universe came up. Divine Mama and Papa was like, no, this ain't for you anymore. I need you to focus on something else. And instead of following the path, the person comes and they're like fighting in the other direction. Yeah, you have to fight in the other direction because the water is not flowing that way, it's flowing that way. And it means that you don't get to get what's over there because the water's not going over there, so we go this way. To follow the cues of the environment and to understand that when people do things that block our path, usually, and a lot of times, that's the universe saying, oh, bro, go this way. It's a lot better. There's a block here because I need to get you going that way. Don't entangle with the wrong energy. Remember, love. Live one vibrational energy. So if you hang out with yourself every single day and you find that you like to play video games and cartoons, you wake up happy, you go to sleep happy, sure you stubbed your toe, sure you didn't do that just correctly, sure you lost that item and you got mad and was like, ah, okay, that was a moment. Sure, a volcano erupted. You go back to being you, and generally speaking, throughout the day, you're happy. Then all of a sudden, you go back into the world, you start messing with people, and you find you have problems again. You find that now you're burdened, and now all these things are bothering you. All those things were the people who were bringing energy that didn't match your vibration, it didn't match your frequency. You grew and you chose to hang out with underclassmen. What? To be popular? To make a couple bucks? That ain't worth nothing when the person that you love the most dies and you can never have them back in your life. All that popularity, all that money, all that crap is worth nothing. Money doesn't buy life. And love and money, those are two different things. Love don't come around saying, give me your coin first and then I'll talk to you. What a, could you imagine? Could you imagine a 5-year-old coming to mama and she's like, oh, you got to pay me a dime for that band-aid. Shh. And that's the difference. What kind of transactions do I entertain? Being aware of these elements alone is going to help you to make advancements that before have been blocked to you. Just to be aware of it. That's it. Awareness is the key to every door of unknownness. You don't know about it? It's because you're not aware of it. Well, anyways, I'm gonna have me one of these. I'm gonna sip one of these. And we're gonna get back to our next portion here. Yes, it is. And I gotta share it. I'm gonna do it. I gotta share because it's cool. I'm not getting paid or nothing. I ain't getting no royalties. I ain't getting nothing. But I was at a point was really, really hard for me. And well, I found this company, and if Mary Jane, bro, is legal in your state, all right, it's called www.thcshop.com.co, thcshop.co, and they'll mail you this stuff. Just put in your. Moving on. Plato, not Plato, ha, my mind is on, they were talking about Plato. Criticism, 1850, Edgar Allan Poe. It has been said that a good critique on a poem may be written by one who is no poet himself. This, according to your idea and mine of poetry, I feel to be false. The less poetical the critic, the less just the critic and the converse. On this account, and because of the world's good opinions, is proud of your own, another man yourself might there observe. Shakespeare is in possession of the world's good opinion, and yet Shakespeare is the greatest of poets. It appears then that as the world judges correctly, why should you be ashamed of their favorable judgment? The difficulty lies in the interpretation of the word judgment or opinion. The opinion is the world's, truly, but it may be called theirs as a man would call a book his, having bought it. He did not write the book, but it is his. They did not originate the opinion, but it is theirs. A fool, for example, thinks Shakespeare a great poet, Yet the fool has never read Shakespeare. But the fool's neighbor, who is a step higher on the Andes of the mind, whose head, that is to say, his more exalted thought, is too far above the fool to be seen or understood, but whose feet, by which I mean his everyday actions, are sufficiently near to be discerned, and by means of which that superiority is ascertained, which but for them would never have been discovered, this neighbor asserts that Shakespeare is a great poet. The fool believes him, and it is henceforward his opinion. The neighbor's own opinion has, in like manner, been adopted from one above him, and so ascendingly to a few gifted individuals who kneel around the summit, beholding face to face the master spirit who stands upon the pinnacle. You are aware of the great barrier in the path of an American writer. He is read, if at all, in preference to the combined and established wit of the world. I say established, for it is with literature as with law or empire. An established name is an estate in tenure, or a throne in possession. Besides, one might suppose that books, like their authors, improve by travel. They're crossed at their cross. The sea is with us so great a distinction. Our antiquaries abandon time for distance. Our very fops glance from the bindings to the bottom of the title page, where the mystic characters which spell London, Paris, and Genoa are precisely so many letters of recommendation. I mentioned just now a vulgar error as regards criticism. I think the notion that no poet can form a correct estimate of his own writings is another. I remarked before that in proportion to the poetical talent would be the justice of a critique upon poetry. Therefore, a bad poet would, I grant, make a false critique, and his self love would infallibly bias his little judgment in his favor. But a poet who is indeed a poet could not, I think, fail of making a just critique. Whatever should be deducted on the score of self love might be replaced on account of his intimate acquaintance with the subject. In short, we have more instances of false criticism than of just, where one's own writings are the test, simply because we have more bad poets than good. These are, of course, many objections to what I say. Milton is a great example of the contrary, but his opinion with respect to the paradise regained is by no means fairly ascertained. By what trivial circumstances men are often led to assert what they do not really believe. Perhaps an inadvertent world has descended to posterity, but in fact the paradise regained is little, if at all, inferior to the paradise lost, and is only supposed so to be because men do not like epics. Whatever they may say to the contrary, and reading those of Milton in their natural order, are too much wearied with the first to derive any pleasure from the second. I dare say Milton preferred Cosmos to either, if so justly. As I am speaking of poetry, it will not be amiss to touch slightly upon the most singular hearsay in its modern history, the hearsay of what is called very foolishly the Lake School. Some years ago, I might have induced by an occasion like the present to attempt a formal refutation of their doctrine. At present, it would be a work of supererogation. The wise must bow to the wisdom of such men as Coleridge and Southey, but being wise have laughed at poetical theories so prosaically exemplified. Aristotle, with singular assurance, has declared poetry the most philosophical of all writings, but it required a Wordsworth to pronounce it the most metaphysical. He seems to think that end of poetry is or should be instruction, yet it is a truism that the end of our existence is happiness. If so, the end of every separate part of our existence, everything connected with our existence, should be happiness. Therefore, the end of instruction should be happiness, and happiness is another name for pleasure. Therefore, the end of instruction should be pleasure. Yet we see the above mentioned opinion implies precisely the reverse. To proceed, ceteris paribus, He who pleases is of more importance to his fellow men than he who instructs, since utility is happiness and pleasure is the end already obtained, while instruction is merely the means of obtaining. I see no reason then why our metaphysical poets should plume themselves so much on the utility of their works, unless indeed they refer to instruction with eternity in view, in which case sincere respect for their piety would not allow me to express my contempt for their judgment, contempt which it would be difficult to conceal, since their writings are professedly to be understood by the few, and it is the many who stand in need of salvation. In such case, I should no doubt be tempted to think of the devil in Melmoth, who labors indefatigably through three octavo volumes to accomplish the destruction of one or two souls, while any common devil would have demolished 1 or 2 thousand. Against the subtleties which would make poetry a study, not a passion, it becomes a metaphysician to reason, but the poet to protest. Yet Wordsworth and Coleridge are men in years, in one imbued in contemplating from his childhood, the other a giant in intellect and learning. The diffidence then with which I venture to dispute their authority would be overwhelming did I not feel from the bottom of my heart that learning has little to do with the imagination, intellect with the passions, or age with poetry. Trifles like straws upon the surface flow. He who search for pearls must dive below, are lines which have done much mischief. As regards the greater truths, men oftener err by seeking them at the bottom than at the top. Truth lies in the huge abysses where wisdom is sought, not in the palpable palaces where she is found. The ancients were not always right in hiding the goodness in a well. Witness the light which Bacon is thrown upon philosophy. Witness the principles of our divine faith, the moral mechanism by which the simplicity of a child may overbalance the wisdom of a man. We see in an instance of Coleridge's liability to err in his Biographia Literaria, professedly his literary life and opinions, but in fact a treatise de omne scisibile erquebia sardarum ardis. He goes wrong by reason of his very profundity, and of his error we have a natural type in the contemplation of a star. He who regards it directly and intensely sees, it is true, the star, but it is the star without a ray, while he who surveys it less inquisitively is conscious of all for which the star is useful to us below, its brilliancy and its beauty. As to Wordsworth, I have no faith in him. That he had in youth the feelings of a poet, I believe, for there are glimpses of extreme delicacy in his writings, and delicacy is the poet's own kingdom, his El Dorado. But they have the appearance of a better day recollected, and glimpses at best are little evidence of present poetic fire. We know that a few straggling flowers spring up daily in the crevices of the glacier. He was to blame in wearing away his youth in contemplation with the end of poeticizing in his manhood. With the increase of his judgment, the light which should make it apparent has faded away. His judgment consequently is too correct. This may not be understood, but the old Goths of Germany would have understood it, who used to debate matters of importance to their state twice, once when drunk, and once when sober, sober that they might not be deficient in formality, drunk lest they should be too destitute of vigor. The long, wordy discussions by which he tries to reason us into admiration of his poetry speak very little in his favor. They are full of such assertions as this. I've opened one of his volumes at random. Of genius, the only proof is the act of doing well what is worthy to be done and what was never done before. Indeed, then it follows that in doing what is unworthy to be done or what has been done before, no genius can be evident, evinced. Yet the picking of pockets is an unworthy act. Pockets have been picked time immemorial, and Barrington and the pickpocket in Points of Genius would have thought hard of a comparison with William Wordsworth the poet. Again, in estimating the merit of certain poems, whether they be Ossian's or Macpherson's, can surely be of little consequence. Yet, in order to prove their worthiness, Mr. W. has expended many pages in the controversy. Tatarne Aramis can can great minds descend to such absurdity? But worse still, that he may bear down every argument in favor of these poems, he triumphantly drags forward a passage in his abomination with which he expects the reader to sympathize. It is the beginning of the epic poem Temora. The blue waves of Urlin roll in the light. The green hills are covered with day. Trees shake their dusty heads in the breeze. And this gorgeous yet simple imagery, where all is alive and panting with immortality. This William Wordsworth, the author of Peter Bell, has selected for his contempt. We shall see that better he in his own person has to offer imprimis. And now she's at the pony's tail, and now she's at the pony's tail, and on that side now, and now on this, and almost stiffed with her bliss of said, tears does Betty shed. She pats the pony where or when she knows not happy Betty boy. Oh, Johnny, never mind the doctor. Secondly, the dew was falling fast. The stars began to blink. I heard a voice that said, "Drink, pretty creature, drink." And looking over the edge before me, espied a snow white mountain lamb with a maiden at its side. No other sheep was near. The lamb was all alone, and by a slender cord was tethered to a stone. Now we have no doubt this is all true. We will believe it. Indeed, we will. Mr. W., is it sympathy for the sheep you wish to excite? I love a sheep from the bottom of my heart. Wordsworth is reasonable. Even Stamboul, it is said, shall have an end, and the most unlucky blunders must come to a conclusion. Here is an extract from his preface. Those who have been accustomed to the phraseology of modern writers, if they persist in reading this book to a conclusion impossible, will no doubt have to struggle with feelings of awkwardness. They will round for poetry and will be induced to inquire by what species of courtesy these attempts have been permitted to assume that title. Yet let not Mr. W. despair. He has given immortality to a wagon, and the bees Sophocles has transmitted to eternity a sore toe, and dignified a tragedy with a chorus of turkeys. Of Coleridge I cannot speak but with reverence. His towering intellect, his gigantic power, he is one more evidence of the fact quale por parte secters ortore sorindans orne borne porte derger corles advasant mes non pas in que corles nient. He has imprisoned his own conceptions by the barrier he has erected against those of others. It is lamentable to think that such a mind should be buried in metaphysics, and like the Nystes, waste its perfume upon the night alone. In reading that man's poetry, I tremble like one who stands upon a volcano, conscious of the very darkness bursting from the crater, of the fire and the light that are weltering below. What is poetry? Poetry, that Proteus like idea with as many appellations as the nine titled Corsaria give me. I demanded of a scholar some time ago, give me a definition of poetry, tres voluntas. And he proceeded to his library, brought me a Dr. Johnson, and overwhelmed me with a definition. Shade of the immortal Shakespeare, I imagined myself a scowl of your spiritual eye upon the profanity of the scurrilous Ursa Major. Think of poetry, dear, of all that is airy and fairy like, and then of all that is hideous and unwieldy. Think of his huge bulk, the elephant, and then think of the tempest, the midnight summer's dream. Prospero oberon antidarnia. A poem, in my opinion, is opposed to a work of science by having for its immediate object pleasure, not truth, to a romance by having for its object indefinite instead of definite pleasure. Being a poem only so far as this object is attained, romance presenting perceptible images with a definite poetry with indefinite sensations, to which end music is an essential, since the comprehension of sweet sound is our most indefinite conception. Music, when combined with a pleasurable idea, is poetry. Music without the idea is simply music. The idea without the music is prose from its very definitiveness. What was meant by the invective against him who had no music in his soul? Doubt. Perceived for the metaphysical poets as poets, the most sovereign contempt that they have followers proves nothing. No Indian prince has to his palace more followers than a thief to the gallows. The culprit Fay and other poems, Joseph Rodman Drake, Alnwick Castle and other poems, Feats Green Halleck. Before entering upon the detailed notice which we propose of the volumes before us, we wish to speak a few words in regard to the present state of American criticism. It must be visible to all who meddle with literary matters that of late years a thorough revolution has been effected in the censorship of our press. That this revolution is infinitely for the worse, we believe. There was a time, it is true, when we cringed to foreign opinion. Let us even say when we paid most servile deference to British critical dicta. That an American book could, by any possibility, be worthy per usual was an idea by no means extensively prevalent in the land, and if we were induced to read at all the productions of our native writers, it was only after repeated assurances from England that such productions were not altogether contemptible. But there was, at all events, a shadow of excuse and a slight basis of reason for a subverency so grotesque. Even now, perhaps, it would not be far wrong to assert that such a basis of reason may still exist. Let us grant that in many of the abstract sciences, that even in theology, in medicine, in law, in oratory, in the mechanical arts, we have no competitors whatsoever. Still, nothing but the most egregious national vanity would assign us a place in the matter of polite literature upon a level with the elder and riper climes of Europe, the earliest steps of whose children are among the groves of magnificently endowed academics, and whose innumerable men of leisure and of consequent learning drink daily from those august fountains of inspiration which burst around them everywhere from out the tombs of their immortal dead, and from out their hoary and trophied monuments of chivalry and song. In paying then as a nation a respectful and not undue deference to a supremacy rarely then acting in a rational manner, the excess of our subserviency was blameable, but as we have before said, this very excess might have found a shadow of excuse in the strict justice, if properly regulated, of the principle from which it issued. Not so, however, with our present follies. We are becoming boisterous and arrogant in the pride of a too speedily assumed literary freedom. We throw off with the most presumptuous and unmeaning hauteur all deference whatever to foreign opinion. We forget in the puerile inflation of vanity that the world is the true theater of the biblical history. We get up a hue and cry about the necessity of encouraging native writers of merit. We blindly fancy that we can accomplish this by indiscriminate puffing of good, bad, and indifferent, without taking the trouble to consider that what we choose to denominate encouragement is thus, by its general application, rendered precisely the reverse. In a word, so far from being ashamed of the many disgraceful literary failures to which our own inordinate vanities and misapplied patriotism have lately given birth, and so far from deeply lamenting that these daily puerilities are of home manufacture, we adhere pertinaciously to our original blindly conceived idea, and thus often find ourselves involved in the gross paradox of liking a stupid book the better, because sure enough, its stupidity is American. The charge of indiscriminate puffing will, of course, only apply to the general character of our criticism. There are some noble exceptions. We wish also especially to discriminate between those notices of new works which are intended merely to call public attention to them, and deliberate criticism of the works themselves. Deeply lamenting this unjustifiable state of public feeling, it has been our constant endeavor since assuming the editorial duties of this journal to stand that what little abilities we possess occur so disastrously undermining the health and prosperity of our literature. We have seen our efforts applauded by men whose applauses we value. From all quarters we have received abundant private as well as public testimonials in favor of our critical notices, and until very lately have heard from no respectable source one word impugning their integrity or candor. In looking over, however, a number of the New York Commercial Advertiser, we meet with the following paragraph: "The last number of the Southern Literary Messenger is very readable and respectable. The contributions of the Messenger are much better than the original matter. The critical department of this work, much as it would seem to boast itself of impartiality and discernment, is in our opinion decidedly quacky. There is in it a great assumption of acumen which is completely unsustained. Many a work has been slashingly condemned therein, of which the critic himself could not write a page, were he to dive for it. This affection of eccentric sternness in criticism, without the power to back one's suit withal, so far from deserving praise as some suppose, merits the strongest reprehension." Philadelphia Gazette. We are entirely of opinion with the Philadelphia Gazette in relation to the Southern Literary Messenger, and take this occasion to express our total dissent from the numerous and lavish encomiums we have seen bestowed upon its critical notices. Some few of them have been judicious, fair, and candid, bestowing praise and censure with judgment and impartiality, but by far the greater number of those we have read have been flippant, unjust, untenable, and uncritical. The duty of the critic is to act as a judge, not as an enemy, of the writer whom he reviews, a distinction of which the Zolius of the Messenger seems not to be aware. It is possible to review a book sincerely without bestowing opprobrious epithets upon the writer, to condemn with courtesy, if not with kindness. The critic of the Messenger has been eulogized for their searching and scarifying abilities, and they think it incumbent upon him to keep up his reputation in that line by sneers, sarcasm, and downright abuse, by straining his vision with microscopic intensity in search of faults, and shutting his eyes with all his might to beauties. Moreover, we have detected him more than once in blunders quite as gross as those on which it was his pleasure to descant. In addition to these writings, we observe in the New York Mirror what follows. Those who have read the notices of American books in certain Southern monthly, which is striving to gain notoriety by the loudness of its abuse, may find amusement in the sketch of another page entitled "The Successful Novel." The Southern Literary Messenger knows by experience what it is to write a successful novel. We have in this case only to deny flatly the assertion of the Mirror. The editor of the Messenger never in his life wrote or published or attempted to publish a novel either successful or successless. In the paragraph from the Philadelphia Gazette, which is edited by Mr. Willis Gaylord Clark, one of the editors of the Knickerbocker, we find nothing at which we have any desire to take exception. Mr. C has a right to think us quack if he pleases, and we do not remember having assumed for a moment that we could write a single line of the works we have reviewed. But there is something equivocal, to say the least, in the remarks of Colonel Stone. He acknowledges that some of our notices have been judicious, fair, and candid, bestowing praise and censure with judgment and impartiality. This being the case, how can he reconcile his total dissent from the public verdict in our favor with the dictates of justice? We are accused, too, of bestowing opprobrious epithets upon writers whom we review, and in the paragraph so accusing us are called nothing less than flippant, unjust, and uncritical. But there is another point of which we disapprove. While in our reviews we have at all times been particularly careful not to deal in generalities, and have never, if we remember aright, advanced in any single instance an unsupported assertion, our accuser has forgotten to give us any better evidence of our flippancy, injustice, personality, and gross blundering than the solitary dictum of Colonel Stone. We call upon the Colonel for assistance in this dilemma. We wish to be shown our blunders that we may correct them, to be made aware of our flippancy that we may avoid it hereafter, and above all to have our personalities pointed out that we may proceed forth with a repentant spirit to make the amend honorable. In, in default of this aid from the editor of the commercial, we shall take it for granted that we are neither blunderers, flippant, personal, or unjust, who will deny in regard to individual poems no definitive opinions can exist, so long as to poetry in the abstract we attach no definitive idea. It is a common thing to hear our critics day after day pronounce with a positive air laudatory or condemnatory sentences in mass upon material works of whose merits or demerits they have, in the first place, virtually confessed in utter ignorance. In confessing it ignorance of all determinate principles by which to regulate a decision, poetry has never been defined to the satisfaction of all parties. Perhaps in the present condition of language it never will be. Words cannot hem it in. Its intangible and purely spiritual nature refuses to be bound down within the widest horizon of mere sounds, but it is not therefore misunderstood, at the least not by all men is it misunderstood. Very far from it, if indeed there be any one circle of thought distinctly and palpably marked out from amid the jarring and tumultuous chaos of human intelligence. It is that evergreen and radiant paradise which the true poet knows, and knows alone, as the limited realm of their authority, as the circumcised Eden in their dreams. But a definition is a thing of words, a conception of ideas, and thus while we readily believe the poesy in terms, it will be troublesome, if not impossible to define. Still, with its image vividly existing in the world, we apprehend no difficulty in so describing poesy, the sentiment, as to imbue even the most obtuse intellect with a comprehension of it sufficiently distinct for all the purpose of practical analysis. To look upwards from any existence, material or immaterial, to its design is perhaps the most direct and the most unerring method of attaining a just notion of the nature of the existence itself. Nor is the principle at fault when we turn our eyes from nature even to natures of God. We find certain faculties implanted within us and arrive at a more plausible conception of the character and attributes of those faculties by considering with what finite judgment we possess the intention of the deity and so implanting them within us, than by any actual investigation of their powers or any speculative deductions from their visible and material effects. Thus, for example, we discover in all men a disposition to look with reverence upon superiority, whether real or suppositions. In some, this disposition is to be recognized with difficulty, and in very peculiar cases, we are occasionally even led to doubt its existence altogether, until circumstances beyond the common routine bring it accidentally into development. In others, again, it forms a prominent and distinctive feature of character, and is rendered palpably evident in its excesses. But in all human beings it is in greater or less degree finally perceptible. It has been therefore justly considered a primitive sentiment. Phrenologists call it veneration. It is indeed the instinct given to man by God as security for his own worship, and although preserving its nature, it becomes perverted from its principal purpose, and although swerving from that purpose, it serves to modify the relations of human society, the relations of father and child, of master and subservient, of the ruler and the ruled. Its primitive essence is nevertheless the same, and by a reference to primal causes may at any moment be determined. Very nearly akin to this feeling and liable to the same analysis is the faculty of ideally, which is the sentiment of poesy. This sentiment is the sense of the beautiful, of the sublime, and of the mystical. Thence spring immediately admiration of the fair flowers, the fair forest, the bright valleys, and the rivers and mountains of the earth, and love of the gleaming stars and other burning glories of heaven. And mingled up inextricably with this love and this admiration of heaven and of earth, the unconquerable desire to know. Poesy is the sentiment of intellectual happiness here, and the hope of a higher intellectual happiness hereafter. And we separate the sublime and the mystical, for, despite of high authorities, we are firmly convinced that the latter may exist in the most vivid degree without giving rise to the sense of the former. The consciousness of this truth was by no mortal more fully than by Shelley, although he has only once especially alluded to it. In his hymn to intellectual beauty, we find these lines: while yet a boy, I sought for ghosts and sped through many a listening chamber, cave, and ruin, and starlight wood, and fearful steps pursuing hopes of high talk with the departed dead. I called on poisonous names with which our youth is fed. I was not heard, I saw them not, when musing deeply on the lot of life at that sweet time when birds are wooing all vital things that wake to bring news of buds and blossoming. Sudden thy shadow clasped my hands in ecstasy. I vowed that I would dedicate my powers to thee and thine. I have not kept the vow? With beating heart and streaming eyes, even now I call the phantoms of 1,000 hours. Each from his voiceless grave they have envisioned bowers of studious zeal, of love's delight, outwatched with me the envious might. They know that never joy illumined my brow, unlinked with hope that thou wouldest free this world from its dark slavery, that thou, O awful loveliness, would givest whatever these words cannot express. Imagine imagination. It is our soul. With the passions of mankind, although it may modify them greatly, although it may exalt or inflame or purify or control them, it would require little ingenuity to prove that it has no inevitable and indeed no necessary coexistence. We have hitherto spoken of poetry in the abstract. We come now to speak of it in its everyday exception, that is to say, of the practical result arising from the sentiment we have considered. Imagination is possibly in a man a lesser degree of the creative power in God. What the deity imagines is but was not before. What a human imagines is but was also. The mind of man cannot imagine what is not. The latter point may be demonstrated And now it appears evident that since poetry in this new sense is the practical result expressed in language of this poetic sentiment in certain individuals, the only proper method of testing the merits of a poem is by measuring its capabilities of exciting the poetic sentiments in others. And to this end, we have many aids in observation, in experience, in ethical analysis, and in the dictates of common sense. Hence, the poeta nascitur, which is indisputably true if we consider the poetic sentiment, becomes the merest of absurdities when we regard it in reference to the practical result. We do not hesitate to say that a man highly endowed with the powers of causality, that is to say, a man of metaphysical acumen, will, even with a very deficient share of ideality, compose a finer poem if we test it, as we should, by its measure of exciting the poetic sentiment, than one who, without such metaphysical acumen, shall be gifted, in the most extraordinary degree, with faculty of ideality. For a poem is not a poetic faculty, but the means of exciting it in mankind. Now, these means the metaphysician may discover by analysis of their effects in other cases than their own, without even conceiving the nature of these effects, thus arriving at a result which the unaided ideality of his competitor would be utterly unable, except by accident, to attain. It is more than possible that the man who, of all writers, living or dead, has been most successful in writing the purest of all poems, that is to say, poems which excite more purely, most exclusively, the most powerfully the imaginative faculties in men, owed his extraordinary and almost magical preeminence rather to metaphysical than poetical powers. We allude to the author of Christabel, of Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner, and of Love to the Coleridge, whose head, if we mistake not its character, gave no great phrenological tokens of ideality, while the organs of causality and comparison were most singularly developed. Perhaps at this particular moment there are no American poems held in so high estimation by our countrymen as the poems of Drake and Halleck. The exertions of Mr. George Dearborn have no doubt a far greater share in creating this feeling than the lovers of literature for its own sake and the spiritual uses would be willing to admit. We have indeed seldom seen more beautiful volumes than the volumes now before us, but an adventurous interest of a loftier nature, the interest of the living in the memory of the beloved dead, attaches itself to the few literary remains of Drake. The poems which are now given to us with his name are 19 in number, and whether all or whether even the best of his writings, it is our present purpose to speak of these alone, since upon this edition his poetical reputation to all time will most probably depend. It is only lately that we have read The Culprit Fray. Now, this is a poem of 640 irregular lines, generally iambic and divided into 36 stanzas of unequal length. The scene of the narrative, as we ascertain from the single line, the moon looks down on old Cronest, is particularly in the vicinity of West Point on the Hudson. The plot is as follows: an old one of the race of fairies has broken his vestal vow. He has loved an earthly maid, and left for her his woodland shade. He has lain upon her lip of dew, and sunned him in her eye of blue, fanned her cheek with his wing of air, played ringlets of her hair in the nestling of her snowy breast, forgot the lily king's behest. In short, he has broken fairy law in becoming enamored of a mortal. The result of this misdemeanor we would not express so well as the poet, and will therefore make use of the language put into the mouth of the fairy king who reprimends the criminal. Fairy, fairy, list and mark, thou hast broke thine elfin chain, thy flamewood lamp is quenched and dark, and thy wings are dyed with a deadly stain. The oath being in his predicament, it has become necessary that his case and crime should be investigated by a jury of his fellows, and to this end the shadowy tribes of air are summoned by the sentry elf, who has been awakened by the wood tick, are summoned, we say, to the elfin court at midnight to hear the doom of the culprit. Fay, had a stain been found on the earthly fare whose blandishment so bewildered the little oaf, his punishment would have been severe indeed. In such case, he would have been, as we learn from the fairy judge's exposition of the criminal code, tied to the horned shardy wings, tossed on the pricks of nettles stings, or 7 long ages doomed to dwell with the lazy worm in the walnut shell of every night to writhe and bleed beneath the tread of centipede, or bound in a cobweb dungeon dim, his jailer a spider huge and grim, amid the carrion bodies the lie of the worm and the bug and the murdered fly. Fortunately, however, for the culprit, his mistress is proved to be of sinless mind, and under such redeeming circumstances, the sentence is mildly as follows: Thou shalt seek the beach of sand where the water bounds the elfin land. Thou shalt watch the oozy brine till the sturgeon leaps in the bright moonshine, the dart the glistening arch below, and catch a drop from his silver bow. In the spray bead be won, the stain of thy wing is washed away, but another errand must be done ere thy crime he be lost for aye. Thy flamewood lamp is quenched in dark, thou must re-illumine its spark. Mount thy steed and spur him high to the heaven's blue canopy, and when thou seest the shooting star, follow it fast and follow it far. The last faint spark of its burning train shall light the elfin lamp again. Upon this sin and upon this sentence depends the web of the narrative, which is now occupied with the elfin difficulties overcome by the oath in washing away the stain of his wing, the re-illuminating of his flamewood lamp, his soiled pinion having lost its power. He is under the necessity of wending his way on foot from the elfin court upon the Cronus to the river beach at its base. His path is encumbered at every step with bog and briar and brook and mire and beads of tangled fern, with groves of nightshade and with the minor evils of ant and snake. Happily, however, a spotted toad coming in the sight, our adventurer jumps upon her back and bridling her mouth with a silkweed twist, bounds merrily along till the mountain's magic verges past, and the beach of sand is reached at last. Alighting now from his crawler's toad, the owl folds his wings around his bosom, springs on a rock breeze of prayer, throws his arms above his head, then tosses a tiny curve in air and plunges in the water's blue. Here, however, a host of difficulties await him by far too multitudinous to enumerate. We will content ourselves with simply stating the names of his most respectable assailants. These are the spirits of the wave, dressed in snail plate armor, and aided by the mailed shrimp and prickly prong, the blood red leech and the stony starfish, the jelly coral and the soldier crab and the lancing squab. But the hopes for our hero are high and his limbs are strong, so he spreads his arms like the swallow's swing and throws his feet with a frog-like fling. All, however, is to no purpose. On his thigh the leech has fixed his hold. The quarrel's long arms are rounded him rolled. The prickly prong has pierced his skin, and the squab has thrown his javelin. The gritty star has rubbed him raw, and the crab has struck with his giant claw. He bawls with rage, and he shrieks with pain. He strikes around, but his blows are vain. So then he turns him round and flies amain with hurry and dash to beach again. Arrived safely on the land of our fairy friend, now gathers the dew from the sorrel leaf and henbane bud, and bathing therewith his wounds, finally ties them up with cobweb. Thus recruited, he treads the fatal shore as fresh and vigorous as before. At length, espying a purple mussel shell upon the beach, he determines to use it as a boat and thus evade the animosity of the water spirits, whose powers extend not above the wave. Making a sculler's notch in the stern and providing himself with an oar on the bottle blade, the oaf a second time ventures upon the deep. His perils are now diminished, but still great. The imps of the river heave the billows up before the prow of the boat, dash the surges against her side, and strike against her keel. The coral uprears his island back in her path, and the scallop floating in her rear of the vessel spatters it all over the water. Our adventurer, however, bails it out with the coal and bell, which he has luckily provided for the purpose of catching the drop from the silver bow of the sturgeon, and keeping his little bark warily trimmed, holds on his course undiscomforted. The object of his first adventure is at length discovered in a brown-backed sturgeon, who, like the heaven shot javelin, springs above the water's blue, and instant as the starfall light plunges him in deep again, and leaves an arch of silver bright, the rainbow of the moony main. From this rainbow our oaf succeeds in catching by means of his golden bell cup a droplet of the sparkling dew. One half of his task is accordingly done. Of his return to land, the ripples divide before him, while the water spirits so rancorous before are obliquely attentive to his comfort. Having tarried a moment on the beach to breathe a prayer, he spread his wings of gilded blue and takes his way to the elfin court, there resting until the cricket at 2 in the morning rouses him up with the second portion of his penance. His equipments are now an acorn helmet, a thistledown plume, a corselet of the wild bee's skin, a cloak of the wings of butterflies, a shield of the shell of ladybug, for a lance the sting of a wasp, for a sword a blade of grass, for a horse a firefly, and for spurs a couple of cockle seed. Thus a courtlet. Away like a glance of thought he flies to skirm the heavens and follow far the fiery trail of the rocket star. In the heavens he has new dangers to encounter. The shapes of air have begun their work. A drizzy mist is cast around him. Storm, darkness, sleet, and shade assail him. Shadowy hands twitch as the bridles rain. Flame shot tongues play around him. Fiendish eyes glare upon him, and yells of rage and shrieks of fear come screaming on his startled ear. Still our adventurer is nothing daunted. He thrusts before and he strikes behind till he pierces the cloudy bodies through and gashes the shadowy limbs of mind. And the elephant makes no stop until he reaches the bank of the Milky Way. He there checks his courser and watches for a glimpse of the planet shoot. While thus engaged, however, an unexpected adventure befalls him. He is approached by a company of the sylphs of heaven, attired in sunset's crimson pole. They dance around him and skip before him on the plain, one receiving his waft's sting lance, and another taking his bridle rein. With warblings wild they lead him on to where through clouds of amber seen, studded with stars resplendent shone, the palace of the sylphid queen. A glowing description of the queen's beauty follows, and as the form of an earthly fay had never been seen before in the bowers of the light, she is now represented as falling desperately in love at first sight with our adventurous Orpheus. He returns the compliment in some measure, of course, but although his heart bent fitfully, the earthly form imprinted there was a security against a too vivid impression. He declines consequently the invitation of the queen to remain with her, and amuses himself by lying within the fleecy drift, hanging upon the rainbow's rim, having his brow adorned with all the jewels of the sky, sitting with the Pleiadic ring resting upon Orion's belt, riding upon the lightning's gleam, dancing upon the orbed moon, and swimming within the Milky Way. Lady, he cries, I have sworn tonight on the word of a fairy knight to do my sentence task aright. The queen therefore contents herself with bidding the fay an affectionate farewell, Having first directed him carefully to that particular portion of the sky where a star is about to fall, he reaches this point in safety, and in despite of the fiends of the cloud who bellow very loud, succeeds finally in catching a glimmering spark, with which he returns triumphantly to fairyland. The poem closes with an Iol Peorn chanted by the elves in honor of these glorious adventurers. It is more than probable that from 10 readers of the culprit Fay, 9 would immediately pronounce it a poem betokening the most extraordinary powers of imagination, and of these 9, perhaps 5 or 6 poets themselves, and fully impressed with the truth what we have already assumed, that ideality is indeed the soul of the poetic sentiment, would feel embarrassed between a half conscious that they ought to admire the production, and a wonder that they do not. This embarrassment would then arise from an indistinct conception of the results in which ideality is rendered manifest. Of these results, some few are seen in the culprit Fay, but the greater part of it is utterly destitute of any evidence of imagination whatever. The general character of the poem will, we think, be sufficiently understood by anyone who may have taken the trouble to read our foregoing compendium of the narrative. It will be there seen that what is so frequently termed to life in the termed the imaginative power of this story lies especially, we should have rather said, is thought to lie in the passages we have quoted, or in others of a precisely similar nature. These passages embody principally mere specifications of qualities or habiliments, of punishments, of occupations, of circumstances, and so forth, which the poet has believed in unison with the size, firstly, and secondly, with the nature of his fairies, to all which may be added specifications of other animal existences, such as the toad, the beetle, the lance fly, the firefly, and the like. Suppose it also to be in accordance. An example will best illustrate our meaning upon this point. He put on his acorn helmet. It was plumed of the silk of the thistle down. The corslet plate that guarded his breast was once the wild bee's golden vest. His cloak of 1,000 mingled dyes was formed of the wings of butterflies. His shield was the shell of a ladybug queen, studs of gold on a ground of green, and the quivering lance which he brandished bright was the sting of a wasp he had slain in fight. Chestnut color or more slack, gold upon a ground of black. And Ben Jonson. We shall now be understood. Were any of the admirers of the culprit Fay asked their opinion of these lines, they would most probably speak in high terms of the imagination they display. Yet the most stolid and most confessedly unpoetical of these admirers only tried the experiment, and he will find, possibly to his extreme surprise, that he himself will have no difficulty whatever in substituting for the equipments of the fairy, as assigned by the poet, other equipments equally comfortable, no doubt, and equally in unison with the preconceived size, character, and other qualities of the equipped. Why, we could accoutre him as well ourselves, let us see. His blue bell helmet, we have heard, was plumed with the down of the hummingbird. The corslet in his bosom bold was once the locust coat of gold. His cloak of 1,000 mingled hues was the velvet violet wet with dews. His target was the crushing shell of the small sea Sidrafel, and the glittering beam from a maiden's eye was the lance which he proudly waved on high. Thus, the truth is that the only requisite for writing verses of this nature ad libitum is a tolerable acquaintance with the qualities of the objects to be detailed, and a very moderate endowment of the faculty of comparison, which is the chief constituent of fancy or the powers of combination. A thousand such lines may be composed without exercising in the least degree the poetic sentiment, which is ideally imagination or the creative ability. And as we have before said, the greater portion of the culprit fey is not occupied with these or similar things, and upon such depends very nearly, if not altogether, its reputation. We select another example. But oh, how fair the shape that lay beneath a rainbow bending bright! She seemed to the entranced fay the loveliest of all the forms of light. Her mantle was the purple rolled at twilight in the west afar. 'Twas tied the threads of dawning gold and buttoned with a sparkling star. Her face was like the lily room that veils the vestal planet's hue. Her eyes two beamlets from the moon sat floating in her welkin blue. Her hair is like the sunny beam, and the diamond gems which round it gleam are the pure drops of dewy even that near have left their native heaven. Here again the faculty of comparison is alone exercised, and no mind possessing the faculty in any ordinary degree would find difficulty in substituting for the materials employed by the poet other materials equally as good, but viewed as mere efforts of the fancy and without reference to ideality. The lines just quoted are much worse than those which were taken earlier. A congruity was observable in the accoutrements of the Ophe, and we had no trouble in forming a distinct conception of his appearance when so accoutred. But the most vivid powers of comparison can attach no definitive idea to even the loveliest form of light. When habited in a mantle of rolled purple tied with threads of dawn and buttoned with a star, and sitting at the same time under a rainbow with beamlit eyes and a visage of lily rune. But if these things evince no ideality in their author, too, do they not excite it in others? If so, we must conclude that without being himself imbued with the poetic sentiment, he has still succeeded in writing a fine poem, a supposition, as we have before endeavored to show, not altogether paradoxical. Most assuredly, we think not. In the case of a great majority of readers, the only sentiment aroused by compositions of this order is a species of vague wonder at the writer's ingenuity, and it is this indeterminate sense of wonder which passes but too frequently current for the proper influence of the poetic power. For our own part, we plead guilty to a predominant sense of the ludicrous while occupied in the per usual of the poem before us, a sense whose promptings we sincerely and honestly endeavor to quell, perhaps not altogether successfully, while penning our compend of the narrative. That a feeling of this nature is utterly at war with the poetic sentiment will not be disputed by those who comprehend the character of the sentiment itself. This character is finally shadowed out in that popular, although vague idea so prevalent, although throughout all time, with that a species of melancholy is inseparably connected with the higher manifestations of the beautiful, but with the numerous and seriously adduced incongruities of the culprit fay, we find it generally impossible to connect other ideas than those of the ridiculous. We are bidden, in the first place, and in tone of sentiment and language adapted to the loftiest breathings of the muse, to imagine a race of fairies in the vicinity of West Point. We are told with a grave air of their camp, of their king, and especially of their sentry, who is a wood tick. We are informed that an oaf of about an inch in height has committed a deadly sin in falling in love with a mortal maiden who may very possibly be 6 feet in her stockings. The consequence to the oaf is what? Why, that he has dyed his wings, and broken his elfin chain, and quenched his flame wood lamp, and he is therefore sentenced to what? To catch a spark from the tail of a falling star, and a drop of water from the belly of a sturgeon. That are his equipments for the, what are his equipments for the first adventure? An acorn helmet, a thistledown plume, a butterfly cloak, a ladybug shield, a cockle seed spurs, and a firefly horse. How does the ride to the second? On the back of a bullfrog. But what are his opponents in the one? Drizzle mists, sulphur and smoke, shadowy hands, and flame shot tongues? What in the other? Mailed shrimps, pricky prongs, blood red leeches, jelly quirls, stony starfishes, lancing squabs, and soldier crabs. Is that all? No, although only an inch high, he is in imminent danger of seduction from a sylphid queen, dressed in a mantle of rolled purple, tied with threads of dawning gold, buttoned with a sparkling star, and sitting under a rainbow with beamlit eyes, and a countenance of lily rune. In our account of all this matter, we have made reference to the book, and to the book alone. It will be difficult to prove us guilty in any degree of distortion or exaggeration, yet such are the peculiarities we daily find ourselves called upon to admire, as among the loftiest efforts of the human mind, and which not to assign a rank with the proud trophies of the matured and vigorous genius of England, is to prove ourselves at once a fool, a maligner, and no patriot. A review of Drake's poems emanating from one of our proudest universities does not scruple to make use of the following language in relation to the culprit. It is to say, at least, an elegant production and pure specimen of ideality that we have ever met with, sustaining in each incident a most bewitched interest. Its very title is enough. We quote these expressions as a fair specimen of the general unphilosophical and adulatory tenor of our criticism, as an instance of what may be termed the sublimely ridiculous. We quote the following lines: with sweeping tail and quivering fin, through the wave the sturgeon flew, and like the heaven-shot javelin he sprung above the water's blue. Instant as the starfall light, he plunged into the deep again, but left an arch of silver bright, the rainbow of the moony main. It was a strange and lovely sight to see the puny goblin there. He seemed an angel form of light, with azure wing and sunny hair, thorned on a cloud of purple fair, circled with blue and edged with white, and sitting at all the fall of even beneath the bough of summer heaven. The lines of that last verse, if considered without their context, have a certain air of dignity, elegance, and chastity of thought. If, however, we apply the context, we are immediately overwhelmed with the grotesque. It is impossible to read without laughing such expressions as "it was a strange and lovely sight. He seemed an angel, form of light." And sitting at the fall of even beneath the bow of summer heaven, to a fairy, a goblin, an oaf, half an inch high, dressed in an acorn helmet and butterfly cloak, sitting on the water of a mussel shell, with a brown-backed sturgeon turning somersets over his head. In a world where evil is a mere consequence of good, and good a mere consequence of evil. In short, where all of which we have any conception is good or bad only by comparison, we have never yet been fully able to appreciate the validity of that decision which would debar the critic from enforcing upon his readers the merits or demerits of the work of another. It seems to us that an adage has had more to do with this popular feeling than any just reason found upon common sense. Thinking thus, we shall have no scruple, no illustrating our opinion in regard to what is not ideality or the poetic power, by an example of what is. As examples of entire poems of the purest ideality, we would cite the Prometheus Vincentus of Aeschylus, the Inferno of Dante, Cervantes' Destruction of Numancia, the Cornus of Milton, Pope's Rape of Locke, Burns' Tam of Chantar, the Ancient Mariner, the Christabel, the Kubla charm of Coleridge, and most especially the sensitive plant of Shelley and the nightingale of Keats. We have seen American poems evincing the faculty of in the highest degree. We have already given the description of the sylphid queen in the culprit fay in the queen mob of Shelley. A fairy is thus introduced. Those who had looked upon the sight passing all human glory saw not the yellow moon, saw not the mortal scene, heard not the night wind's rush, heard not an earthly sound, saw but the fairy pageant, heard but the heavenly strains that filled the lonely dwelling, and thus described the fairy's frame was slight, yon fibrous cloud that catches but the faintest tinge of even, and which the straining eye can hardly seize when melting into eastern twilight shadow, where scarce so thin, so slight, but the fair star that gems the glittering coronet of morn, sheds not a light so mild, so powerful as that which bursting from the fairy's form, spread a purpureal halo round the scene, yet with an undaunting motion swayed to her outline gracefully. In these exquisite lines of the faculty of mere comparison, is but little exercise, that of ideality in a wonderful degree. It is probable that in a similar case the poet we are now reviewing would have formed the face of the fairy of the fibrous cloud, her arms of the pale tinge of even, her eyes of the fair stars, and her body of the twilight shadow. Having so done, his admirers would have congratulated him upon his imagination, not taking the trouble to think that they themselves could at any moment imagine a fairy of materials equally as good in conveying an equally distinct idea. Their mistake would be precisely analogous to that of many a schoolboy who admires the imagination displayed in Jack the Giant Killer, and is finally rejoiced at discovering his own imagination to surpass that of the author. Since the monsters destroyed by Jack are only about 40 feet in height, and he himself has no trouble in imagining some 140, it will be seen that the fairy of Shelley is not a mere compound of incongruous natural objects inartificially put together and unaccompanied by any moral sentiment, but a being in the illustration of whose nature some physical elements are used collaterally as adjuncts, while the main conception springs immediately or thus apparently springs from the brain of the poet, enveloped in the moral sentiments of grace, of color, of motion, of the beautiful, of the mystical, of the august, in short, of the ideal. Among things which, not only in our opinion, but in the opinion of far wiser and better men, are to be ranked with the mere prettiness of the muse, are the positive similes so abundant in the writing of antiquity, and so much insisted upon by the critics of the reign of Queen Anne. It is by no means our intention to deny that in the culprit fay are passages of a different order from those to which we have objected, passages evidencing a degree of imagination not to be discovered in the plot, conception, or general execution of the poem. The opening stanza will afford us a tolerable example. "'Tis the middle watch of a summer night, the earth is dark, but the heavens are bright. Naught is seen in the vault on high, but the moon and the stars and the cloudless sky, and the flood which rolls its milky hue, a river of light on the welkin blue. The moon looks down on the old croness, the she mellow she shades of his shaggy breast, and seems his huge grey form to throw in a silver cone on the wave below. His sides are broken by spots of shade, by the walnut bough and the cedar made, and through their clustering branches dark glimmers the dyes, the firefly spark, like starry twinkles the momently break through the rifts of the gathering tempest rack. There is ideality in these lines, but except in the case of the second and the 14th lines. It is ideality not of a higher order. We have, it is true, a collection of natural objects, each individually of great beauty, and if actually seen as in nature, capable of exciting in any mind through the means of the poet poetic sentiment, more or less inherent in all, a certain sense of the beautiful, but to view such natural objects as they exist and to behold them through the medium of words are different things. Let us pursue the idea that such a collection as we have here will produce of necessity the poetic sentiment, and we may as well make up our minds to believe that a catalogue of such expressions as moon, sky, trees, rivers, mountains, and so forth shall be capable of exciting it. It is merely an extension of the principle, but in the line the earth is dark, but the heavens are bright. Besides the simple mention of the dark earth and the bright heaven, we have directly the moral sentiment of the brightness of the sky compensating for the darkness of the earth, and thus indirectly of the happiness of a future state compensating for the miseries of the present. All this is affected by the simple introduction of the world, but between the dark earth and the bright heaven, this introduction, however, was prompted by poetic sentiment, and by the poetic sentiment alone. The case is analogous in the expression glimmers and dies, where the imagination is exalted by the moral sentiment of beauty, heightened in dissolution. In one or two shorter passages of the culprit Fay, the poet will recognize the purely ideal and be able to glance to distinguish it from the baser alloy upon which we have descanted. We give them without farther comment. The winds are whist, and the owl is still. The bat in the shelvy rock is hid, and the knot is heard on the lonely hill. But the crickets chirp, and the answer shrill of the gull's winged cock dead, and the plaint of the wailing whippoorwill, who mourns unseen and ceaseless sings ever a note of wail and two up to the vaulted firmament. His path the firefly courser bent, and at every gallop on the wind he flung a glittering spark behind. He blessed the force of the charmed line, and he banned the water goblin's spite, for he saw around the sweet moon shine their little wee faces above the brine, grinding and laughing with all their might at the piteous hap of the fairy wight. The poem to a friend consists of 14 Spenserian stanzas. Their fine spirited verses and probably were not supposed by their author to be more. Stanza the fourth, although beginning nobly, concludes that the very common exemplification of the bathos, the illustrating natural objects of beauty or grandeur by references of the tinsel of artificiality. Oh, for a seat on Appalachia's brow, that I might scan the glorious prospects round, wild waving woods and rolling floods below, smooth level glades and fields with grain embrowned, high heaving hills with tufted forest crowned, rearing their tall tops to the heaven's blue dome, and emerald isles like banners green unwound, floating along the take while round them roam bright helms of billowy blue and plumes of dancing foam. In the extracts from Leon are passages not often surpassed in vigor of passionate thought and expression, which induces us to believe not only that their author would have succeeded better in prose romance than in poetry, but that his attention would have naturally fallen into the former direction and had the destroyer only spared him a little longer. This poem contains also lines of far greater poetic power than any to be found in the culprit Fay. For example, the stars have lit in heaven their lamps of gold, the viewless dew falls lightly on the world. The gentle air that softly sweeps the leaves, a strain of faint unearthly music weaves, as when the harp of heaven remotely plays, or cygnets wail, or songs of sorrowing fays that float amid the moonshine glimmering pale on wings of woven air in some enchanted vale. Now, this expression, woven air, much insisted upon the friends of Drake, seems to be accredited to him as original. It is to be found in many English writers and can be traced back to Apuleius, which calls fine drapery ventum textilum. Nargaria is objectionable in many respects, and in none more so than its frequent inversions of language. and the artificial character of its versification. The invocation. Roar, raging torrent, and thou mighty river, pour thy white foam on the valley below. Frown, ye dark mountains, is ludicrous and nothing more. In general, all such invocations have an air of the burlesque. In the present instance, we may fancy the majestic Niagara replying most assuredly, I will war, whether warm thou tellest me or not. The American flag commences with a collection of those bald conceits which we have already shown to have no dependence whatever upon the poetic power, springing altogether from comparison. When freedom from her mountain height unfurled her standard to the air, she tore the azure robe of night, and set the stars of glory there. She mingled with its gorgeous dyes the milky baldric of the skies, and stripped its pure celestial white with streaking of the morning light. Then from this mansion in the sun she called her eagle bearer down, and gave into the mighty hand the symbol of her chosen land. Let us reduce all this to plain English. And we have what? Why, a flag consisting of azure robe of night, set with stars of glory, interspersed with streaks of morning light, relieved with a few pieces of Milky Way, and the whole carried by an eagle bearer. That is to say, an eagle ensign, who bears aloft the symbol of our chosen land in his mighty hand, by which we are to understand his claw in the second stanza. The thunder drum of heaven is the pathetic and grotesque in the highest degree, a commingling of the most sublime music of heaven with the most utterly contemptible and commonplace of earth. The two concluding verses are in better spirit, and might almost be supposed to be from a different hand. The images contained in the lines, when death careering on the eagle sweeps darkly round the bellied sail, and frighted waves rush wildly back before the broadside's reeling rack, are of the highest order of ideality. The deficiencies of the whole poem may be best estimated by reading it in connection with Scott's Swahe, with the Mariners of England, or with Hohenlinden. It is indebted for its high and most undeserved reputation to our patriotism, not our judgment. The remaining poems in Mr. Dearborn's edition of Drake are three songs, lines in an album, lines to a lady, lines on leaving New Rochelle, Hope, a fragrant to Ava, to a lady, to Sarah and Bronx. These are all poems of little compass, and with the exception of Bronx and a portion of the fragment, they have no character distinctive from the mass of our current political literature. Poetical literature. Bronx, however, is in our opinion not only the best of the writings of Drake, but altogether a lofty and beautiful poem, upon which his admirers would do better to found a hope of the writer's ultimate reputation than upon the Nasseries of the culprit Fay. In the fragment is to be found the finest individual passage in the volumes before us, and we quote it as a proper finale to our review. Yes, thou art lovelier now than ever. How sweet would be when all the air in moonlight swims along thy river to couch upon the grass and hear Niagara's everlasting voice. Far in the deep blue west away that dreamy and poetic noise we mark not in glare of day. Oh, how unlike its torrent cry when over the brink the tide is driven, as if the vast unsheeted sky and thunder fell from heaven. Halleck's political powers appeared to us essentially inferior upon the whole to this of his friend Drake. He has written nothing at all comparable to Bronx. By the hackneyed phrase sport of elegance, we might possibly designate at once the general character of his writings and the very loftiest praise to which he is justly entitled. Onwick Castle is an irregular poem of 128 lines, was written, as we are informed, in October 1822, and is descriptive of a seat of the Duke of Northumberland in Northumberland, England. The effect of the first stanza is materially impaired by a deficit in a defect in its grammatical arrangement. The fine lines: home of the Percy's high-born race, home of their beautiful and brave, alike their birth and burial place, and their cradle and their grave, are of nature of an invocation, and thus require a continuation of the address to the home. We are consequently disappointed when the stanza proceeds with, still sternly over the castle gate their houses lie and stands in state, as in his proud departed hours, and warriors frown in stone on high, and feudal banners flout the sky above his princely towers. The objects of allusion here vary in an awkward manner from the castle to the lion, and from the lion to the towers. By writing the verses thus, the difficulty would be remedied. Stiff sternly over the castle gate, thou houses lie and stands in state, as in his proud departed hours, and warriors frown in stone on high, and feudal banners flout the sky above the princely towers. The second stanza here, without evidencing any measure of the loftier powers of a poet, has that quiet air of grace both in thought and expression which seems to be the prevailing feature of the muse of Halleck. A gentle hill its side inclines, lovely in England's faithless green, to meet the quiet stream which winds through this romantic scene, as silently and sweetly still as when at evening on that hill, while summer's wind blew soft and low, seated by Gallant's Hotspur's side, his Catherine was a happy bride a 2,000 years ago. There are one of two brief passages in the poem evidencing a degree of rich imagination not elsewhere perceptible throughout the book. For example, gaze of the abbey ruined pile. Does not the succoring ivy keeping her watch round it seem to smile as over a loved one sleeping? And one solitary turret gray still tells of melancholy glory, the legend of a Shabbat day. The commencement of the fourth stanza is the highest order of poetry, and partakes a happy manner of the quaintness of expression so effective and adjunct to ideality when employed by the Shelleys, the Coleridges, and the Tennysons, so frequently debased and rendered ridiculous by the herd of brainless imitators. Oh, Shisha. We're going to stop right there for a moment in any regard. That's for sure. Oh, yeah, no pop quizzes here. No pop quizzes. But actually, it is 10 a.m. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here. And Donna Day Guai. Till we see you tomorrow. Till we see you next time. Much love and many blessings.